with a light. I'm a bit more lit up. It's pretty lit, fam. Or something. I don't know what I'm saying. Love YouTube channel. Do you use your builds quite often? I'm glad to be of service. Hopefully I can continue to provide you with fun and interesting builds to look at. So far, I haven't needed to make any major changes to the beginner basics build guides because they've all held up. But if there's any major changes, I'll make sure to keep those up to date. Also, I only logged on this character check for raids, and there's no raids. Do I hear music? I hope so. It should be the DDO music. There shouldn't be music playing. I don't have any other music playing or any other videos playing or any other sounds playing. But I'm in the Hall of Heroes, so you should hear the Hall of Heroes music. Log out. Oh, there we go. Cut my logout with the logout. What was I going to say? Yeah, there is the new stuff that we were talking about yesterday with Dwergar and on Lemania. I don't think we're going to be getting any other major changes on that, although I didn't check to see if there's any updates from the staff. There are deals though, which I forgot to mention. So we do have deals. So I figure I should at the very least mention this one in case people care. Oh my god, I almost knocked my water cup over. That's a bad place for that. I'm gonna move that. Anyway, we do have deals. So there are double bonus points in the store through July 15th or June 15th. And it is the beginning of the 5 weeks of Scorching Savings, June through July. Usually it's the summer sales event is what they've done in the past. I guess they're rebranding it to the 5 weeks of Scorching Savings, which is interesting. And so right now you've got, for this week, 35% off select +8 tomes, 5% or 50% off the Underdark Warriors coffer. That's the one that comes with the panther and the kind of curved swords, which are pretty cool looking. I'm surprised they don't have links. They have links to these ones, but there's no link to the Underdark Warriors coffer. 75% off the Dragonlord Fighter and Dragon Disciple Monk archetypes. If you didn't get the chance to get these for free, Dragonlord Fighter is one of the best things in the entire game, and it's 75% off. I think it's 1,000 points for the archetype. 1,200, 1,300, somewhere around there. So that's a reasonably good deal. And then, of course, 20% off these 3 coffers. You have 20% off the Necromantic Patrons coffer, which is the one that gives you like this big scythe. In one hand, it gives you kind of a skull. It's got the ghost horse, and you get the little ghost kobold guy, which is pretty cool looking. You have the Volcanic Patrons coffer, which gives you Fire Horse. And then this outfit. I love this outfit, by the way. I think it is sick. I think this outfit looks amazing. The only downside is that it does have a Great Axe cosmetic, which looks great, but there's no reason to use Great Axes in DDO on any character for any reason at any point. There's no reason. So what are you going to do? And then lastly, we have the Patrons Coffer of the North Wind, which is basically just Skyrim. And you get a big wolf you can ride. The wolf is probably my second favorite mount in the game. So I think it looks great. Also, Great Axe again. So there's that. I also like that it looks like they took the picture in the Stormhorns, which fits. But the outfit is fantastic. It's got the real Skyrim kind of like headbend, so you got the horns kind of bending in. It's pretty cool. Why are Great Axes bad? Because they're just worse than every other weapon type. Mathematically, they are they only crit on a 20, and they have a ×3 critical threat multiplier, which sounds like it's really good. But because we can get a lot of critical threat multiplier from other sources, like from class abilities, Dragonlord being one of those standout ones. Like I was just talking about Dragonlord, you can get +2 crit multiplier on any weapon you want. So you could use a Great Axe, which would be a ×3, get +2 critical multiplier from Dragonlord, and then roll a 19 and 20 and do ×5 crits, which is kind of cool. So that means 10% of the time you're doing 5 times damage. Or you could use a Falchion, and then you crit on a 15 and you're ×4. So you lose 1 crit multi, but you crit 3 times as often, which is way more damage. So especially considering the fact that there are several effects that do more damage or have increased effect when you critically hit, that are like when you crit do X. So yeah, Great Axes are just kind of bad. It is what it is. One of the other things is, and this is how you know Great Axes are bad, is I'll show you. There's actually really easy math. If I go to feats, there is a weapon feat in here called, I don't know what it's under. Maybe it's under martial. I don't know how they focus it on the wiki. Huh. I must have missed it. Is Knight's Training on here? There it is, Knight's Training. Knight's Training increases the critical threat range of battle axes, and improved critical slashing increases this by an additional 1. Great axes are just big battle axes. There is a feat in the game that makes battle axes have a viable critical multiplier, or viable critical profile, and there is no feat for great axes. So that's really it. I can do this, but I can't do the same with great axes. So yeah. Anyways, Return to the Mist, 20% off, Escape to Ravenloft packs. Yeah, these are the pre-order items that are going to be 20% off, so if you missed your bottle of mist or what have you, you can now buy that. Get 85% off select expansion packs in the DDO market. I can't believe there isn't a link to the DDO market here. It's actually shocking. Where's the DDO market? Let's see, current expansions. Chiller Ravenloft is not on sale. And previous expansions. Myth Draenor is not on sale. Vecna's not on sale. Is anything on sale? Oh. Nothing yet. Not until the end of the month. They're announcing them ahead of time. Oh, wait. Am I stupid? Oh, I'm stupid. June 25 through July 9th. That's okay. We solved these problems. And then wishes for wishes. You can get wish for inheritance, memories, 30% off. Your weekly coupon, ludicrous speed. It's an old reference, but it checks out. Anyway, so that's all the new sales. And other than that, I'm just looking through some stuff here about some things. Okay, so there's other updates. This is from Tonquin in the DC thread. Hi all, there's been some great discussion here. I want to thank you for your passionate feedback. Yeah, I bet there's some passion in there. Anyways, I want to give a quick update on where we are with this initiative. This is about the DCs, the DC changes, by the way. When we ran the numbers for Preview 1, we wanted players to see, at a minimum, some sort of increase to their spell DCs without any gear intervention. When we adjusted the channels for the level 16 and 24 spell school DC augments, the loss of those stacking bonuses ate into that increase, so to the point where some characters actually didn't receive this bonus DC at all. That is not what we want from this initiative. One of the main reasons for this is because before, all spell school DCs and the singles were the same. So if you had like a +6 all spell school item or a +6 to a single, there was the same thing. So a lot of people just had the +6 to all of them. The singles are now being made better, but nobody is wearing them. So, and there's also very few items, so it's a big problem. To fix this, we're taking another crack at numbers across the single school and multi-school channels. As a single data point, we are aiming for, at level 34 non-raid, a bonus of 842 to multi-school, which is up from 532, and a bonus of 1263 to single school, up from 631. Our main goal for this initiative is to remain the same. We hope that the combination of increased spell DC bonuses and consolidated equipment channels make it so that a caster looking to boost their spell DCs can get higher than what they had before while using less equipment and augment slots. Something that will hopefully make gearing easier. Yeah. What are you gonna do? Oh yeah, there's the, I gotta do what's his name? The loot guy. We'll do that. This is a good change. I don't know if this is gonna change, but it's good. I'm trying to see if there's anything else in here. Trying to see if there's anything interesting else that has been talked about. Nope, that looks good. Stifle spell DCs at 34 were 3, were they? 3 was quality, sacred, etc. Yeah. So yeah, these are bigger numbers. So again, we're looking at some good stuff. All right, I forgot to do some gambling. Let's do some gambling. Treasure tome, besides that, Reaper Dust and Gloves. Yeah. I have to go to Sterling. In Sterling, I remember how to get out of here. Oh, the table. I'm like, there's a way out of this place. I just can't remember what the heck it is. I'm so washed up. Alright. Let's do some gambling. Yeah, overall, I think that the DC changes, like I said before, it is weird that they up the numbers to only then reduce the numbers. So I'm glad that they are continuing to make adjustments. Also, the all DCs shouldn't be at like half of the individual one, because then there's just no point to even run those effects. That and also kind of belays the point that like if the all DCs are 5 lower, that's really a 25% less chance that your spells are going to land. So you can't use all DCs anyway. Where's Sterling? I need remnants. Never mind. I need remnants. But yeah, mathematically, because it's all in the D20 roll, it's a little weird. All right, let's get some remnants. Remnant. I don't know how many I'm going to be giving this guy, so I'm just going to take a bunch out and figure it out as I go. They didn't undo your Ravenloft purchase? That's good. All right, so gambling time. So you do this, what, 5 times or something? 7 times? I would like to trade. Okay, so it's 1 of 10. So let's see. Number 1, 8 cards. Number 2, 16 cards. Number 3, a Dust of Mythic Power boots. Number 4, 16 cards. Number 5 is a Fragmented Dex Tome. Double click to manifest which tome it really is. Wait, is this really any tome? This is my first one that I've gotten. Oh. Oh, that's so much more depressing. I mean, it's good. If you don't have anything, you can get +5 tomes from doing 5k favor and then get +6s and what have you. But wow. Anyway. Next. 16 cards. And finally, another Fragmented Treasure of Myth Draenor. Ooh, another one. Yeah, for me, I'm just going to dust them, but yeah. They have to do gearing systems. Well, the other problem too is they have to redo gearing systems anyway, because it's the same thing that happened in the past where they wanted to make it so that like they didn't want sheltering to be a thing. They wanted to be you either got physical sheltering or magical sheltering. And so they stopped making items that had sheltering. They did the same thing with resistances. Instead of having resistance bonus to all saving throws, they wanted to give you individual save bonuses. But like all the new items ended up being bad because they just were just like poorly aligned in terms of all the stats that they had. And you just used the global ones anyway. It's kind of a similar problem here where there was no reason to use the individual DCs. So they just didn't make a lot of individual DC items. So now we're going to have a lot of gaps where it's like, let's say you want to do illusion. Like, what's the best illusion item to use? There might literally only be one item. What's the best, conjuration item? There might literally only be one item. Anyways, what's in here? Got the armors and the weapons. It's kind of cool. The cloaks. Oh, are all the Golden Age weapons in here? Oh, and the legendary items, of course, of course. No, and then the rings. It's pretty cool, though. Dude, the Autumn Equinox? Holy moly, that's a ring. RNG Greenleaf would be the best. I'm going to be honest. I would like it if randomly generated loot could drop above the maximum that you get on actual gear. I think it'd be cool. Personally, I think that would be interesting. Watch your 5-year-old Paladin starter build, just TR'd Paladin. Nice. I do have a more recent Paladin starter build, but I'm sure the 5-year-old one is hopefully good.
Howdy, hey friend. Hope you are having a good day.
I am.
I passed that test with flying colors.
Nice.
Now I just need to know if I passed the test I took. Strange that they tested me on what colors fly.
Honestly, that's a great question. I don't know why they would do that. Maybe it's like they just don't want colorblind people to be doing stuff. I've been there before. Also, what's up, Kevin Ed? How you doing? I've struggled with that one. What am I doing now? Is it just Ravenloft? Is it just Ravenloft time? Do we just do Ravenloft? I think it's just Ravenloft time. Relentless? No, I have to do Relentless. Never mind. Sorry, I was gonna do other things. I have to do Relentless. I'm still missing one of the items from the raid. It's gotta be Relentless. Time to be Relentless. I hope that was on Monday. I did Relentless. It's Thursday now. You want to gamble? If I rip the scepter from the raid, the odds of me doing that are literally actually 0%. But if you would like, I will put a gamble up. Because I do have the Elixir Discovery and the Jin Discovery boost still cooking. Which one do I think is the best one? The Wolf. I think the Wolf is the best one by no small margin. I think it looks sick. It's the Skyrim one. I can't remember the name of it. Rune. Alright, what are we looking for? Are they called Relentless runes? Oh my god, I have enough runes. After this next run, I will have enough runes. So, I actually could just get the item that I want right now. Which is kind of a funny thought. Wait, I have this in my inventory. How long did I have this? When did I get this? Oh, I already had this. When did this happen? Huh? What? How? What? Okay, well, that's good. This is a good thing. Did I already craft everything? Oh, dude, I'm so stupid. I can't believe anybody listens to me. Okay, give me a sec. I gotta look through all my bags to find. Did I craft the materials yet? Oh my god. Oh my god. Because you have to use the crafting station in the raid. Oh my god. What? It's not a bank error in my favor. Did I pull it? Dude, I have literally no memory of this. What are those called? They're bleak. Bleak. Oh, bleak. Okay, I'm gonna grab all my bleak things, and I'm gonna go into the raid, and I'm gonna craft this item, and I'm not gonna bitch about it. I don't know what happened. I can't believe this is just in my inventory. I have it longer. It must have been there for a while. I have no idea. I literally could not tell you when I got this. That's the item that I want. Can't click the door unless I check and have to tab target it. Okay. Well, we're doing the raid anyway, so it's fine. And that gives me a chance to open up my builder file. Which I have somewhere. Do I have the DDO builder? Nope. It's in here somewhere. DDO builder. DDO builder. All right. I wrote this somewhere. That's crazy. Well, then you guys will get to see what it looks like when you get the fully crafted item. God, I'm so stupid. I don't know how. I literally don't know how I did this to myself. It's not like the biggest surprise to me. But that's great. All right, it's loading. Okay, on this, I need. Can I make any of this before I go into the dungeon? Before we go in, maybe I can. I'm able to make some before I go in. Okay, that's not heroic. We want to go here. Okay, so I need this on the other monitor. Whatever. So we need shadow. I need melancholic shadows. Light. I need, is it Dolorous dim light? No, Dolorous Arcana Light. Yep, that's the one. Dolorous Arcana Light. Check. I need... Oh, Miserable Light Spell Crit? Is it spell crit damage? No, I need crit chance. That's Melancholic. Crit damage. Melancholic. Melancholic crit damage. Crit damage. Oh, that's in. Is that in the raid only? The crit damage? The miserable light crit damage? I think it's in the raid only. They don't have lore. What? No. No. Huh? They don't have lore? No, that's got to be. No. It's got to be like in the raid or something. There's no way. There's no except the newer raid Augs. But it's in the builder. Oh, did I get bamboozled by the builder? Oh. Okay, so I don't have light crit in the build then. Which is devastating. I don't know how to fix that. Is there a light crit augment? Or something I can do? For the Wax Museum in the Wilderness? Well, I'm in the raid, but... Is roll better? Mm-hmm. I just crit more often. Oh yeah, right, because we didn't talk to the guy who crafted it. Oh yeah, it is. It is here. What? You guys said there wasn't here. Huh? I don't know what you guys are talking about. Telling me this thing doesn't exist and it's literally right here. That's crazy. Anyway, Miserable Raid, and what was the other one? Woeful Energy. Woeful Echoes? Woeful Energy. Woeful Energy. Okay. Okay. No chat boozling me today. Melancholic, Dolorous, Miserable, Woeful. Slam it in here. Melancholic, Dolorous, Miserable, Woeful. Okay. And then we go here. Oh, this has the sentience in it, right? Okay, so it has to go the other way around. So this has to... I'm not helping. I'm busy. I'm busy. As people are, like, not dying. Okay, so in theory, I got a shitload of damage. So, yeah. So the idea here is that one of the problems with Warlock, which is what I'm playing, is that Warlock traditionally does not do that much damage. However, we can replace that by adding random damage. So we have Woeful Energy and Revel in Blood, which is going to add a whole bunch of extra random hits of damage onto my attacks. So in theory, I should be able to do a sizable chunk of damage to this guy just by like clicking him, and hopefully the actual force damage and other stuff will actually come through. That being said, I don't know. I'm also like getting attacked by these guys and I have stuff on screen and you know, key clacks in the background. Oh, it's all working out. Weird thing, these guys have deflection unless you hit them with a melee weapon, which is really annoying as a range caster. You know what doesn't have deflection? Magic Missile. What's up, Steelmaster? How you doing? Anyway, that's it. Gonna be blasting these guys. It's not insane damage, but it is slightly better. Again, I'm still missing quite a lot of damage because I'm missing... I'm not wearing an artifact yet because I don't need Relentless anymore, even though I'm currently doing it. I actually need the other raid, Threats Old and New. I need 2 items from Threats Old and New, so I still have a lot of runs of that raid to get done. But that'll be something we do in the future.
Intricate amulet in a dusty corner of the workshop.
Everything's dead.
You touch
Whoa,
the
no, 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 no.
Suddenly you
I don't want to
hear
get the
a
disease.
voice
How did I get the
echo
disease?
inside your mind. Johanna's words spill
Did the changes to the dots nerf this build?
memory
Yeah, probably.
husband, Volker. You wonder if these words were meant for the Juggernaut. The remains
It will probably
of what
nerf the build.
once was Volker.
Because none of them are going to scale with spell power anymore, right?
As you reach out to the creature, the memory you heard rushes
All that
into
means is that Warlock is basically just going to be literally unplayable.
surprise. The Juggernaut gathers himself, consolidating
But listen,
then
no meta magics?
one of the power
Oh, it just means that meta magics aren't going to apply. Oh, I don't care about that.
statue lifts off the ground,
I have a load of spell power without meta magics.
threatening to crush those below it.
Effects that aren't meant to scale with spell power won't scale with meta magics. Oh, yeah, then my build's fine. Everything I have is meant to scale with spell power. All of the effects that I have currently scale with spell power.
Juggernaut begins to rise once again. His tortured mind consumed
So I have the
waves of energy
specific procs, Revel in Blood, which scales with spell power. I have the
wing was once
Woeful Energy, which scales with spell power. And then I have the Dripping with Sound effect from Clank, Echoes of Despair, which also is supposed to scale with spell power. So all of those things together actually give me a reasonable amount of spell power on my hit. It's basically like having 3 extra acts for my Warlock stuff. If Favorite Soul got an iconic, what do you think it should be? If I had to pick something, I would pick something that would have a heavy devotion to an individual religion. So if I had to pick one, I would probably do like you mean like a Kobold Favored Soul that has like either devotion to like the Devourer or like a specific dragon. I went in the room by myself. Whatever, I'm fine.
filled with art supplies. Several easels were placed around
I'm undead. They can't kill me. And I'm immune to magic for 20 seconds.
a brain and a claw.
Whoop!
They do not appreciate
All right, fine. I can't eat the melee attacks. I got crit? Oh, I didn't turn undead. Every time, dude. Every time I log in, I have to remember to turn undead, and I forget every time. I hate that feature that it turns you out not undead. I was like, how did I get crit? So yeah. Thank you. There you go, enjoy your damage. More like what should the tree focus on? What do you mean what should the tree? Like the iconic tree if it's a favorite soul? I don't know. It depends on what this like direction they want to go in terms of what elements they want to use. Like if maybe it's like somebody who's like a favorite soul of an underground deity, and so it's focused on like the earth and acid and decay or something like that. I think it depends on what the deity is. Or what subclass would it have? There's no such thing in subclassing. Do you asking like an archetype? Because that's not a favorite soul. Are you asking, do I think a favorite soul archetype? Are you asking about an iconic that is a favorite soul? An iconic that has an archetype that is favorite soul? What are you asking about?
recording goes silent.
There's all different things. I'm also not trying to be pedantic. I just want to make sure I answer your question well.
Silence fills the room. You suddenly know
No, this guy died. Okay, we can res him.
was that always there?
Oh, didn't no one click the diary? I didn't click the diary. Okay, so you're not talking about an iconic then. You're wondering if they made a favorite soul archetype. What type of favorite soul archetype would they make? I got you. Dragonlord Chaosmancer? Well, then now I'm confused again, because Chaosmancer is an iconic, and Arcane Trickster is an archetype. I'm confused. Anyway, long story short, when it comes to like a favorite soul archetype, I think the simple answer is something like some type of like going way more into the holy fire sort of thing, of just like blasting people with holy flame. How many time stops do we have? We time stopped this guy 3 times. That's so funny. But I think that you could definitely go like all in on the direction of like holy magic sort of thing, just burning people with holy fire. I think something like that would be kind of cool. Holy spells were traditionally very bad in the game, so that could be neat. Although realistically, if they were to go anywhere, I feel like, oh, I got them all. Revel in Blood. Hold on. We can make Sylvanas characters soon. No. I want it. To me, Chaosmancer would be an archetype. No, Abracadabra, this is where you're getting confused. So there is the class Sorcerer. There is the Sorcerer archetype Wild Mage. And then there's the iconic Eladrin Chaosmancer that is a Sorcerer Wild Mage. So Chaosmancer is a race, iconic race, that starts with a level of Sorcerer Wild Mage. That's why I was getting confused. Level cap of 36, the maul will fall off before long. True. Shrim need timer. Oh, doing 2 more runs. No. I'm a swap. I'm a swap. I'm gonna bring my other character. Archetype of Attraction. Okay, I got you. I'm understanding. I understand. I'm gonna bring my other character because I can. Then we don't have to rip a timer. This guy wants to do multiple runs, and I'm gonna help him out by doing multiple runs, but I don't need a timer. I mean, I have timers, but I want to be able to try it. Why am I in the Hall of Heroes? What did I do to myself? I must have done something to myself. I don't know why I'm here. Maybe I died. I hit the death button. The stealth death button. Benefit of loading in as a paladin is I do light damage, which means it strips the immunity off of Big Bad Boy. Also, another benefit of playing melee is that I'm an idiot and I'm going to get murdered by his spin attack, and you guys get to watch. But yeah, favorite soul archetype, I'm not so sure. I think favorite soul already does most of what I imagine it's supposed to do. If I was to pick one, I would rather pick one that is like very heavily devoted into like a specific religious like thing. So for example, like you know, a favorite soul archetype that is like all about the silver flame. Like in the Eberron 3.5 book, there's a prestige class called the Silver Flame Exorcist. And so I could imagine adopting the Silver Flame Exorcist as a archetype of favorite soul that gets their whole silver flame oriented tree and is all about burning people with holy fire and that sort of thing, which could be very interesting. Do I have the book? Where's the book? The book is there. I'll go get it. The book. And in here, adamantine body, bard. Here we go. Exorcist of the Silver Flame. So Exorcist of the Silver Flame, they get full base stack bonus. To become an Exorcist of the Silver Flame, you have to be able to cast first level divine spells. You have to be a worshiper of the Silver Flame. You need a base stack bonus 3, and you need knowledge of the planes and knowledge religion. 8 ranks, which means you must be a minimum of level 5 already, so you can start taking this at 6. And the idea is that they get more spell levels, but you can basically enchant your weapon, so you get like silver weapon modifiers, that sort of thing. But then you also get a Flame of Censure, where you can manifest the silver flame directly, like basically in your hand. And then you can basically use this to turn outsiders in a way. So as opposed to turning undead, you're also turning outsiders and like banishing people. If you're not a paladin, you get to pick up Smite Evil on top of that. So it's kind of like a hybrid sort of thing. So if anything, if they really wanted, they could do like Silver Flame, Exorcist of the Silver Flame. It would have 3 trees, and it would be like Knight of the Chalice, Exorcist of the Silver Flame, and then maybe like the probably either Beacon of Hope, maybe Angel of Vengeance. You can enchant your weapon, you get Weapon of Good, you get Detect Thoughts because you're an exorcist, that sort of thing. So they could probably go somewhere like that. But yeah, so that would be my thought, would be the Silver Flame Exorcist. I don't know if I can pull up the art here, but you can see it. But the book is kind of blurry, but yeah. So I'd love to see a Silver Flame Exorcist. Again, it's also very important to the character because Silver Flame. You know, and all that. That's my first thought, is like pick a religion and then send the favored soul down that religious path. The only downside is, of course, then now it's like, okay, you have an archetype that can only be Silver Flame. Do people want that? Would people want only that individual thing? And that's where it becomes a more difficult question. Hey, we're doing the raid. That's not the right raid. Although I do need to do this one. Oh, we have a bard? Hell yeah, dude. I haven't played this character in a little while, so I'm a little rusty on the paladin mechanics.
When you spawn Murder, the policeman beckons you over.
Yeah, Shugenja is also an interesting class, but that's like a whole class. I think Shugenja would be interesting to see it be added into the game as its own separate thing. They'd probably change the name, maybe. They might leave it as Shugenja, I don't know. I don't know about the name recognition, about how many people would totally understand it. But they are very, very cool. Iconic instead of a Monitor. I don't know how to spell a Monitor. I always just like guess every time. Oh, our bard left, so I don't have infinity mana. I'm upset. Where's my mana? I still have this loot. Loot of Summer's Flight. I should probably get rid of this and not use that. But yeah, this is my paladin. So this is the one that I like to use for raids and R10s and things like that. It's pretty fun to play. It's relatively tanky. It needs more health, which is the one thing I'm missing. I'm missing some constitution effects that I still have to fill in. I don't remember exactly where. It's also a Dampier, which might seem counterintuitive. It's not just a Dampier, it's a Dampier Dark Bargainer. I'm specifically a Dark Bargainer because Dark Bargainer, the iconic, gets access to the Forgotten Realms religions. The Forgotten Realms religions means I can have Helm, so I get Bastard Sword proficiency, which saved me a feat. On top of that, Dark Bargainers get a bonus to Strength. So I believe it's Strength and Charisma. So as a result, I'm actually able to, because I get Strength and Charisma, I've got all the stats I could possibly want.
You hear cracking,
it just fits.
Rustling sounds from across the room. Then you realize the wax statues have sprung to
It's
life.
Banished Templar? Yeah, probably. Oh yeah, being melee means you have to get in front of things.
More wax statues start to move. They're intent on stopping you.
Range. And then I do light damage. I just have to make sure I don't get killed by the spin.
A massive
Don't get
figure
killed by the
looms
spin. That would be
in the
really
darkened
embarrassing.
courtyard ahead. Flanked
I'm not a tank though.
by a pair of towering statues. Discarded blades rise from the ground. They begin spinning, searching for blood. A strange figure flashes out.
Not spinning yet. For the record, I do not spin. I do not have anything that gives me any additional threat. So I'm not a threat generating sort of feller. Like, I do a reasonable amount of damage. It's nothing crazy, but it's alright. Oh no. Oh my god, I got stunned in it. That's so funny. Oh my god.
Juggernaut suddenly
What shield do you recommend for a build similar to yours? So if you're doing a Vanguard, the best Vanguard shield is Colossus the Breaking Wall that drops from Fires of Morgrave. It's the best Vanguard shield in the whole game. If you want to go a more tankier route, you go with the Shield of the Golden Age, the Heavy Shield of the Golden Age, which is obviously possibly still outside the budget for some people. It's going to depend. Yeah, I switched to my Vanguard. I just wanted to play it. I don't play the Vanguard very often. Well, unfortunately, I'm going to lose all my mana, but whatever, it is what it is. Sometimes we have to make sacrifices. Like I said, my character doesn't have insane damage, but it's not bad.
Now the grown quiet. You spy an intricate amulet in the dusty corner of the workshop. You touch the amulet.
Fire heavy shields now better than tower shields for tanky characters, because tower shields cap out your maximum dexterity bonus at 2. So with a maximum dexterity bonus of 2, you're not able to use the dodge stat very effectively. Okay, buddy. And the dodge stat is basically where most of your defenses actually come from as a tank, which seems counterintuitive, but it is. For example, if you have medium armor on, you can have a dodge of like 25% on top of your armor class, on top of concealment, on top of displacement, on top of physical resistance rating. So you already reduce damage by such a massive amount. But if you give up on that dodge by using a tower shield, well, then you're just giving up on a whole bunch of free stats. So that's the reason why a lot of people would prefer to go with a heavy shield, because heavy shield doesn't restrict your dodge at all. It doesn't set your maximum dexterity bonus. Yeah, the short answer is dodge is OP. Grey Knight Prestige from 3.5. I don't know the Grey Knight Prestige from 3.5. Is it good? I'm not familiar. What media does it come from? Like what book? Come back. Come back, Rule Cutlery. Remember in Battle Axe from Den of Vipers plus Secret Multi actually apply to your offhand shields? Do they? Interesting. Yeah, you can get a little bit more damage that way. I went with Ignition because Ignition is just sick. Having both Legendary Paralysis and Legendary Identity Crisis, meaning whenever you hit an enemy, they either get slowed so they can't move, or they get paralyzed so they can't move. Both are very good. And that's why we do that instead.
To your surprise, this room
I get murdered by these things, but whatever. I'm a lot tankier than the world, so I shouldn't take that much melee damage, but we'll see. I don't love the spells though. Also, the strike through is just nice on this character. Being able to just have strike through is good. Oh my god, my prowess is working. Oh my god, prowess. Oh, my melee power is 450. Let's go. Prowess hasn't been working for so long, and they finally patched it. So prowess now works with the Vanguard action boost, which it wasn't. It's beautiful. Alder? The little two, people not lose mana. Oh, really? It's just the little ones that do it? Oh, I didn't know that. I thought the mana drain was the overlapping squares.
Another shipmate lost to the deep.
Do I have raise? I kind of have raise.
and the wax form of the woman collapses. As silence fills the room, you suddenly notice an intricately decorated book.
Come on. Come here. I'm gonna fight you someday. I'm gonna get you. In theory, I could tank this guy, but I don't really wanna. Nope, no. Not dying today. Here you go. Have some help. Live, barbarian, live. One of the things I always want to do on Paladin, but I can never justify actually doing, is using more of the like Paladin stuff out of Unyielding Sentinel. Like Unyielding Sentinel gets like the increased delay on hands, scaling with your level, and a whole bunch of stuff. And I always want to use that because it's just cool as shit, man. But I never do. Ministry of Messages. How would you do it? I have multiple guides on my YouTube channel about how to play Vanguard. Vanguard's one of my favorite ways to play. The way that I would do it is I would use a sword and shield and pick either paladin or fighter. Don't multi-class because the capstone is sick because it gives you an extra stun on every time you hit people, and enjoy the massive attack speed bonuses. I love it. I like paladin a little bit more than fighter, just because I like the flexibility of the defenses, having higher saving throws, as well as getting some of the spells that are kind of good. But I have to admit that fighter, the benefit of fighter is that Kensai is a little bit better than Knight of the Chalice in terms of a T5. The main issue is that Vanguard just needs more numbers in the T5, and it doesn't have them. So I can't justify going up here. So we go up here. I do like having the instant kill out of Holy Retribution though. It's kind of cool. But yeah, I literally just slap on a shield and go Vanguard people. I have a rogue Vanguard, which is cool. Well, the problem with Sword and Board with Dragonlord is that Dragonlord doesn't get a Sword and Board tree. They don't get access to the Vanguard tree. Dragonlords are not designed to be used with shields. In fact, as far as I know, they don't get shield proficiency at all because they're designed not to be used with shields. So you can decide to do that, but they don't get any bonuses. They're literally the anti-shield class. Paladin Warax Vanguard? Yeah, you can, because you can get Dwarven Warax as a favored weapon. Again, this character uses Bastard Sword. Alright, you know what? They're going to do one more. I might as well just swap to another character and then come back. That way I don't have to use any things. And I can bring my Bard, who's level 32. You know why? Because I didn't update it. Because I didn't feel like it. Oh, do I have to update this character, or my DC is just going to go up? I got to check my items to see. I don't know. If it was the Divine Handbook, the class I mode with Paladins allowed to be more sneaky in their tactics, but I can imagine the game Paladin sneaky tactics could get some rogue talents. Yeah, I don't think that there'd be anything inherently wrong with that. Like, they're type of like a divine slayer of some kind. I think that most people could probably get behind that idea as like a kind of like a holy slayer of some kind. There's one of those in Pathfinder. I don't know if it's in the Divine book though. Complete Divine is one of the few I don't have a physical copy of. You didn't struggle for feats? No, you definitely struggle. Oh. Whoa. Oh, I didn't do Lemortia. Whoops, didn't do Lemortia. Of characters then. Yep. Good luck. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna run through and see if I can make it through in time. Does teleport not take you there? No, it takes you here.
You stumble out of the frigid mists and into a densely built courtyard.
Casual should make it work, so we'll see. I got sprint boost for a reason.
Nothing.
Yo, what's up, Rachel? How you doing?
Somebody nabbed this one before we got here.
Nochen. Oh, I'm out of tumbles. We're out of tumbles. Yeah, bracelet's the only way you can get through.
Too late.
Eat updated damage soundburst.
Not even any bits we can
I know we did this
salvage.
quest a lot recently, and you might be like, oh, is that why you're doing it again? No. I just can't go to Lemortia, so I can't do Relentless, because I'm stupid.
So the Toddstrasser gang was already here. That'll do,
Oh,
Smith.
I really love Paladin. I think that, one, the flavor of Paladin is great, but also I like a lot of the themed abilities. It's one of the reasons why I also like Sacred Fist quite a bit. Sacred Fist is very, very cool. And they get a lot of attacks and a lot of different other key spells and stuff, which make them fun. But yeah, I don't think Paladin is any more boring than any other class in the entire game in terms of melee. Paladin, like, if anything, if I had to pick a boring melee class, I'm not a big Barbarian fan. Some people love Barbarian. I don't.
You know what I think?
But I know many people that absolutely love Barbarian. It's like their favorite class in the entire game. And you know what? That's fair. It's just not for me.
You claim some other mob took him. But you know me, Schmidt. I never go away empty-handed. If I don't find bodies,
Okay, we're good.
And I think all that
And then in theory,
you were keeping the bodies for yourself. Probably in that shabby little
I
shed.
can
of
make it in the
yours.
quest.
A voice cries out in terror. No! No! Ah!
Barbarian best class. I don't know, man. I've heard some people tell me that
Lone
Bear
woman
is actually the best
stands
class.
Watching the murderous body snatchers. She seems to be oblivious to the danger.
Made it.
And the
There we go.
Well now. seems I was
Perfect.
right.
Frenzy Barber's boring. Ravager and Occult Slayer are more interesting. I don't even know. I think Occult Slayer is the most boring. Like, I like Occult Slayer conceptually, but a lot of their abilities are like press a button to get a passive amount of stats that doesn't matter. Like stuff like that, which is just kind of meh. And then they get Seeker Strike, which is a good ability, but it costs so much of your weapon bond. I really hate it.
What place have you stumbled into?
And then Ravager has a cool capstone. Slaughter is fun to use, and Cruel Cut. There was a time where Cruel Cut was good because being able to Cruel Cut like a Beholder and then drop its stats to 0 so you can like beat him up is sick. But yeah. Like, you don't really do a lot of occult slaying in Occult Slayer, you know what I mean? Frenzied Berserker is the FB. The barbarian tree that people like to use. All right.
It's eerily calm in the dusty entrance to the waxwork. The wax statues on display.
Then I'm gonna spend a million years buffing everybody. Oh yeah, I forgot I didn't put ranks into Tumble because it wasn't necessary before the Tumble changes. Must. Oh no, I have ranks in Tumble. Never mind. It's because I'm wearing heavy armor. Because I am a Warforged. Yeah, but things being really good with Razorclaw Shifter doesn't really matter because who's playing Razorclaw Shifter in current year? You know what I'm saying? Who's out here playing Razorclaw Shifter? Also, we have 5 rogues. Are all of them Arcane Tricksters? We have 1 Arcane Trickster. This guy is not. We have 1, 2. We have 3 Arcane Tricksters. I also love how that Arcane Trickster is 5,700 mana. Are you kidding?
Statues have sprung to life.
And they're a half elf. The reason why they're half elf is because they get an imbue that works on spells, so it gives them a lot of extra damage, which is kind of funny.
What could have caused damage like this? More wax statues
Alright, we're good.
start to move. They're intent on stopping you.
And all the buffs are up, and then I just have to give my buffs to me.
And the darkened courtyard. Flanked
Hopefully somebody has good damage, because I don't have any good damage.
discarded blades rise from the ground. They begin
I can do this though.
the strange figure flashes out, killing
I guess I'm the healer, so I'm on raises. Where's my raise scrolls? Am I out of raise scrolls? That's embarrassing. Do I seriously have no raise scrolls? No, I do. I do have raise scrolls. Okay, good.
The juggernaut suddenly grips
Woo!
his head.
I almost had no raise scrolls. That would have.
Releases waves of
How
energy,
embarrassing.
protecting him from damage. But the ground shakes. One of the barriers falls.
Yeah, we have so much damage. My job here is just to give people buffs and then space out.
The relentless juggernaut. This is the
And then heal
workshop
people.
where the wax statues were made.
So I can do things. I can do a tiny bit of damage if I really want to.
Pit, middle of the wax statues spring.
I'm mostly just watching health bars.
Though completely expressionless, they seem driven by an
Now I can turn the tide. I mean, I can turn the tide. I'm not going to do it now, but I could.
now that the room has grown quiet. You spy
Yeah, if you ever aren't sure, if you want to like raid and you don't know what to bring, and you're like, man, I really want to raid, but don't have to learn stuff and figure things out, play a bard, put bard buffs on people, and then just space out.
Johanna's
You can play my
words
Bladeforge bard with 200 physical resistance
a
rating.
memory of her love for her husband, Volthar.
What's up, Wolf Spirit Man? How you doing?
As you reach out to the
And then all I do is heal people as they walk around.
herd rushes into him. He roars in pain and surprise. You wonder if
No,
the remains of what
the sorcerer got
once was
smooshed.
The juggernaut
Where is it? It's above me? It's above me.
Then he gestures to one of the towering statues.
I gotta
nearby.
give the sorcerer new buffs.
Statue lifts off the ground and begins to move.
Where is it? Where'd it go? I don't know. I love how it just phases out sometimes. Oh no, it's just over there. I couldn't see it. Are you healing from shouting? You know, I could be doing the shout healing because I can do that. If I just shout, I do heal people. I probably should over top, especially over top of the melee. But I'm just lazy, you know? I could do things, but why don't I not do things, you know? So it's not even like my damage is 0. I can kill stuff on hard mode. I also love the Warlike Wardrobe. What a silly name for a monster. I know. Effort's boring. At the very least, if you run this raid a lot, I am learning. I'm getting a good amount of materials from just picking up these 3 chests and then the final chest. It's not bad. It's a lot of materials. Forged Bardic shenanigans? Warforged? How dare you? I'm a Blade Forged. My character was way more expensive.
Several easels have been placed around the room. Beautiful paintings.
I mean, here, where all the melee are going to be grouping up, yeah, I'm going to be shouting across the group. Just healing everybody. Yeah, shout healing is something I actually had a hardcore character designed around. The whole idea was it was a Warforged or a Blade Forged sorcerer. So it would be 18 paladin or 18 sorcerer, 2 paladin. And then the idea is using shout for healing, but using the paladin sub to be exceptionally tanky and also having quick burst healing with the extra lay on hands. And doing kind of a hybrid between Fate Singer and Unyielding Sentinel, getting the Giga lay on hands from Unyielding and also getting the healing of shouting from Fate Singer. And kind of doing Warforged healing, regular healing, and everything. I really wanted to do that. That character unfortunately died because I took 156 damage from an elite shaman in 1 hit in Saltmarsh and died.
The recording goes silent, and the wax form of the woman
Just like
collapses.
unfair.
As silence fills the room, you suddenly notice an intricately decorated book. Was that always there? You flip through the discarded diary. As you do, a voice.
And then we're going to give them all turn the tide so we can turn that tide. Somebody's got to hit him with light damage and light that damage. If you didn't know, this guy has damage resistance unless you hit him with light. Oh, I'm still salty, dude. I will never forget that. The Bullywug Croakers, ever since that exact death, have been on my hit list ever since. The Croakers, man. I'm just gonna stay away from that. Where is the boss? Oh, he's chasing the rogue around. You just gotta pop that dodge skill and then take it. Yo, what's up, Officer Skeleton? How's it going? Apologize for the later start today to the stream. I unfortunately had some appointments that ended up going late today, so I am had to turn on the stream a little bit later than expected. But we're here now, so hopefully what matters.
The relentless rage of the
I originally wanted to stream earlier, but I just wasn't at home in time.
The spirits of Valther and Johanna may finally find
It is a one-handed model. Yeah, I want to get sights in the game. Like, just give me sights. You know what I mean? I don't care about anything else. I just want sights. I think it'd be sick. Okay, yeah, people want spears. I want sights.
The desk is done. I assume there will be more.
Your book series uses not quite D&D RPG systems, maybe someone uses tabletop. Yeah, I don't mind it when, so I like the D&D novelizations when they just abstract that the rules are not clearly defined for the universe, they're clearly defined for the game. So, you know, somebody doing something that is exciting or cool, they end up doing something that you couldn't do in the game, but they're doing it because it makes more sense within the story or the context of the story. Like the limitations of the story aren't exactly the same as they would be in the game. The simplest example I can give is the fact that the druid character in the D&D movie turned into an owlbear. It's just a cool visual, and they did it because it is fine with the story. And can you do that in pen and paper? At the time, no, you couldn't. But who cares? It's a cool visual, and they did it, and that's fine. All right. There we go. Raiding done. Just double checking. There's no threats only new, right? Rats in a cage. Nope. Nope. Okay, good. I could also like run my own raids, but what if I didn't, you know? Oh, and make them monk weapons. Can monks use spears? Monks can use spears, right? My weapon is boring and small. I should probably have something more scary, but I don't know. Maybe it's better to have like the assassination sort of dagger. Float. Embrace death. All right. There's a lot of quests open. None of the ones I want to do. Okay. Hit him with the R1, and then we hit him with the Barovia. I think I just do all of Barovia. Yeah, I sometimes will lead the raid. I don't always, though. Out of sheer laziness, I don't always. For the first time forever ago, things are level 2 fast. Yo, run a first lifer on an XP weekend with a sovereign pot.
You stumble through the thick mists. You spot a corpse in the grass.
It like screws with your sense of the universe. You're like, what the hell? Why am I leveling this fast? It's like the speed of goddamn sound.
From down the road, you hear the sounds of harsh cries. The soldier looks up at you, his face strangely pale.
Hogs, do you serve
Ammo and food tracking? I will never do that. I don't think there... Well, food tracking, I will do in an abstract sense of like you're traveling for days. Do you prepare? And then unless I screw with somebody's food supply or the time that somebody's out, I won't even question whether they have enough food. Unless, again, something happens. Where it's like all your bags were stolen and you have no food and now you must solve this problem. I don't have the patience for that. It reminds me of how in like Fallout, you can play the Fallout games where like it's like ultra realism where you have to like drink water and take a piss. And I'm like, yeah, I don't want to do that. I can't instantly kill this guy. I can't kill the wisp. Unfortunately for me, the scarecrow is like the hardest thing to deal with. Or is that fortunately for me, the scarecrow is the hardest thing to deal with? Wait. I don't care about the name notice out of here. Death House. Oh, somebody else wanted to join the group? Ooh. I think they missed the first one. Welcome. We're heading to Death House. Oh, I usually go by Strim, not Tom. I always use the example of like, you know, if you know somebody named Jonathan, you wouldn't be like, yo, what's up, Dan? So I usually go by Strim, not Tom. Some people do. I saw a post on the computer earlier today where somebody was like, I met somebody named Jonathan that goes by Nathan. And they're like, I didn't know you could do that. Which I'm going to be honest, I also never thought that Jonathan is Joe Nathan. It's like a secret technology. It's like this forbidden technique that no one knows.
Something small and old and forgotten.
We're tired. I've been here so
Everyone knows your name is Strimothy? It's close.
We want to rest.
As long as you change all the letters and words.
We're tired.
It would turn into one? Yeah.
We want to rest now. You found the secret door. It leads down to the basement, where the monster is.
Beyond the secret door, a dusty
Assassinate.
stairway leads down into darkness.
I don't know how the spiders can't see me, but I'll take it. I'm just too stealthy for the spiders, man. I love it. Yo, what's up, Glassjaws? How you doing? I do know a Topher. They are pretentious. Expletive deleted. I also met somebody who was a Topher. And they dated one of my friends, and it was not meant to be. Rid of DDO calls. I mean, it's a fun game. It's very chill. It's one of the things I like about DDO is that it can be a very relaxing game. I really enjoy the like selectable difficulty nature of DDO, where if you really want and you don't want to do any work, just join some Zerging group and walk around. And then boom, you get some free XP. You want to do the fighting, but you don't want to do a lot of thinking, slap that bad boy down to hard mode or normal mode and just like do quests. I'm doing pretty good today
On top
so
of
far.
the desk, you find a tarnished key.
Setting in the Sahara Desert. Yeah, again, I could understand somebody wanting to do a very cool like setting that is all survival based. So like I can totally understand the desire to want to do something like that. I just wouldn't want to do something like that personally. That's not my where I go with those. From the Fragmented Treasure guy. So it depends on what you want to play. For heroic leveling, I don't think any of the items are good. To be super clear about that one, I think as far as I know, all of the items for the heroic leveling, so that's like your level 1 to 20, I'm pretty sure all of them are just kind of whatever. Like, not that they're not good, you know, the sword's fine, all the swords are fine and the armor's fine, but they're not really like exceptional.
You can smell him. He stinks.
But in the legendary, some of those items are rarer and they can turn into things. I will say Mithranor is one of my loot like knowledge gaps. I kind of stopped playing for a year when Mithranor came out. So somebody else might have a better answer. Something for builds in World Lore for wisdom. That's kind of cool. Hey, what the heck? This guy's hit me in the back. He didn't see me. He didn't see nothing. But yeah, instant kill. Bite. The fact that the vampire bite was literally not working and you couldn't hit anything with it to now it works on everything in the entire game is an interesting turnaround. Yeah, I know that the Autumn Equinox is very good for a lot of melee builds, as you mentioned, but yeah. Dragonlord. If you don't own Dragonlord, ye smart, get Dragonlord. If you don't own Dragonlord, you should buy Dragonlord. You should go to the DDO store and you should buy Dragonlord at 75% off, because Dragonlord is Dragonlord, which is Dragonlord at 75% off. Buy Dragonlord. It's 75% off. Elemental mainly do the 5e and the Elemental Adept feat. Yeah, I can see that. Dragonlord, you have it. And then outside of that, I don't know. Everything else is fine. I'm gonna die of old age. They're in Barovia. They're in Death House. Let's go. They made it into the quest.
Rogue apparitions surround the altar, chanting.
Yeah, Dragonlord's the way I would go. Other than that, everything else is kind of fine. There's like, there's gonna be expansion sales that are happening later on in the year or later on in the month, and those ones will probably be pretty nice, I would say, because all of the expansion sales you're gonna be able to experience are gonna be like, oh, I crit that guy? Hell yeah! They're gonna be 75% off a whole bunch of expansions, which will be pretty sweet. Oh, anyone?
In the darkness says,
I don't have need of the Flightfoot Greaves, but they're rare and some people farm them and they don't get them. Oh, second Dragonlord? Dual wield Dragonlord?
Good night.
there's a sudden gust of air, as if the entire building let loose a sigh.
So every week this month. Yeah, that's the other thing too. There will be more sales. So if you don't need things, it's the Scorching Sales event, which they used to call it the Summer Sales event. I like Scorching Sales, but that makes me think of Scorching Sands, which is a move in Pokemon, also a common way to describe sand in a desert. So there's that. And new Ravenloft stuff are pretty shiny. I'm pretty good with the new Chill of Ravenloft stuff, mostly because I spent a lot of time farming it. Chill of Ravenloft, I spent a lot of time farming. Because you have to if you want to make a full item set in Legendary. In Heroics, it's not that bad. Did you say sand is blistering? Is it because you get blisters and you like touch the feet against the sand? Also, what's up, Meemorchai? How you doing?
Voices, ragged and carping,
Fresh baked
come from the other
dreams.
side of the windmill. Peasants with joyless faces and vacant eyes wait
Like this
in
old,
line.
because the new editions are
An indistinct murmur passes the
like
rest of these
D&D past
peasants are
3.5.
likely
That's
to
not really offensive. a lot of people have a similar opinion. One of the main reasons why I think a lot of people never really got super into some of the newer editions of D&D. D&D 4 is very video gamey. So if you want a D&D game that will perform very much like Final Fantasy Tactics, D&D 4 like is your game. It's very much a video game, and is one of the reasons why it kind of like works really well for like the MMO, for like an MMO, which is, you know, why it was used as more of the basis for the Neverwinter MMO. So again, you can kind of see all that. And then 5 is like, the best way I can describe it is like simplistic to the point of absurdity sometimes, where like sometimes they're just like things that are oversimplified or made less complicated, but also made less interesting. And it's not my favorite edition. Now, one of the things I do appreciate about 5 is because there are so many gaps in the things that are given to you as a player. As a dungeon master, it lets me kind of do whatever I want. I can run amok and make my own rules, because I just can, because I have a lot of experience. So I've had fun where I like ran a D&D 5 campaign where I used like the basic rule structure, but then I kind of just like wrote all the classes, I wrote all the monsters, I wrote like all the magic items, I did everything myself. And because it's really open-ended and not super specific in a lot of cases, it was really easy to just be like, well, all right, I'm gonna slap this on here, slap this on here, and whatever. I also do like Advantage as a concept. I think it's given out too easily in regular 5, but I like Advantage as a concept in terms of saying you're good at something. So there's definitely that. I don't have any experience with the older D&D systems outside of actually physically playing Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. So my D&D 1 and D&D, or my AD&D is not that good. I do have all of the AD&D books on the shelf next to me, and I do have the original Isle of Dread adventure as well. So I have some tools. I just don't have a lot of experience with it. Yo, what's up, Yusuka? How you doing? I'm doing great, Need More Chai. I'm doing great. I'm warm. It's sunny. It's hot. It is 30 degrees. Nice and 30. Am I doing a rogue bard swashbuckler? I'm doing a rogue assassin vanguard con base. So con is my main stat, and then I use assassinate, although the enemies were walking faster than I could sneak. And I use the assassinate ability from rogue, but I also use the instant kill out of the Dampier tree as the bite. So I go assassinate, and I one-shot kill this lady. I know I don't because she has Death Ward, and she has Death Ward. Yeah, kill them. What are you gonna do? And yeah, I kind of go from there. That's basically it. It's all about like multiple instant kills and assassinations. Single weapon fighting feats? No, I'm a Vanguard, so I have all the shield feats instead. So I have one fighter level, and I'm using the Vanguard tree so I can get shields, so I'm using shields. You might be like, oh, did you just say Vanguard, you should go pure and cap it out? Yeah, you know what? I'm not perfect. And I make bad decisions.
All of this, the oil spreads across the floor.
Much easier, consistent rules of work on 3.5. I think the reason why I appreciate it a little bit more is that 3.5 has a bigger buy-in. You have to explain more rules to people for somebody to start playing 3.5. Versus 5 has fewer rules, so you have fewer things to need to explain as a baseline to get people to get into it and kind of understand. But yes, because I'm using a small shield, I still get evasion. The shield I'm using is called the Smash and Grabber, which is a dex shield, so I can use dex, hit, and damage, which is pretty sweet for both of them. That person just died. So I have dex, hit, and damage on both my shield and my dagger, which is essential for being able to hit things. And another reason I'm doing this is because lethality here gives me +1 to critical multiplier as long as I'm wielding a one-handed weapon. And I am wielding a one-handed weapon, which will also include my shield because it just applies a buff to your total character, which is interesting. Some neat stuff. But yeah, that being said, as far as like D&D additions and things like that go, this is my personal opinion. I've been enjoying. I actually am starting a Pathfinder campaign tomorrow, so I'm going to be running a campaign as the game master. And I have enjoyed looking over the Pathfinder rules system a lot more. Pathfinder 1, not 2. Pathfinder 1 rules system a lot more. So yeah, more than 3.5. I'm not saying I dislike 3.5. I spent many years playing 3.5. It's my favorite D&D edition. If anything, I would love to convince people to go play more 3.5 because I just find it more fun.
Madam Eva's words echo in your mind. An artifact, a trap, a friend. But will you know which is which when you find it? Swells of organ music, fraught with defiance.
8th update, yeah. Pathfinder's cool. I do enjoy playing Pathfinder. I don't have D-Door, so this guy's gonna do the talking, and then I'm gonna do the instant killing. That big guy's gonna spawn. Watch this. And then, whoops, sorry, you're dead. And then the other one's gonna spawn, and you're like, oh, it's gonna be dangerous, right? Sorry, I ate you because I'm a vampire. Isn't that sick? You know how annoying those monsters are? And I just ate them. I just ate them for breakfast. Woo. God, that feels so good. Work on creating monsters forever. I feel like 3.5 gives me more solid foundation. Oh yeah, it's harder to make balanced monsters in 5 because the game is not balanced at all. I 100% agree with that. That is like a much more difficult task. Where are we supposed to go? Servants' quarters, servants' quarters, servants' quarters, servants' quarters. So I agree with that. Fortunately, there's like a lot of websites that save some time. There's some like templating websites, which are not too bad. But, or you can use like some approximations. But to be fair, a lot of balance. The way that I tend to balance is I go a little bit harder. So I will make the monsters or the situation harder than I think it probably should be. And then if I realize that it's actually too hard, and I did make it too hard, you know what? Maybe one of the monsters just sort of dies. Whoops, I made it a little too tough. So maybe one of them just you know, dies a little bit earlier than it's supposed to. It's supposed to have 200 health, but it died at 140, I guess, maybe. This one, it actually did fail its save today.
Around the castle, and the keystone needed to escape them.
You know, that's the type of dungeon mastering that I like to do. I think it's important for there to be stakes all the time, so I like putting dangerous encounters. And I also am okay with the players like losing because they made bad decisions. They decided to do something dumb, they took on a bad fight, they didn't prepare for something, and then it costs them. Even as much as like a player dies or loses their character, I don't have a problem with this, but I like to err on the fights are harder generally, and then I will pull a punch if I need to. So that way I don't run into the opposite situation where I set something up as being epic and it gets steamrolled and my big set piece goes nowhere. Plus it also means that like the fights are a little bit less predictable in some sense because who knows, maybe the monsters will live. I also do the thing, I'm a psychopath, I roll the health for all my monsters. So like, you know how in the Dungeon Master's guide or like or the monster manual or whatever, they'll always have like, you know, they'll tell you the health of the monster and then they'll have the dice that make up the monster. I roll my monsters literally every time. I am that person.
Received.
Can Shifter Warlocks rage? I don't know if you can rage in Eldritch Blast. I have no idea. I've never tried this. So let me know how it goes. Any of the Pathfinder books? I guess here say W there, but I did hear they were less complex. Well, Pathfinder is 3.75. The best way to describe Pathfinder is it's 3.5, but then if you took the 3.5 designers and locked them in a room with nothing to eat or drink, just a big bag of cocaine, and then they kept making 3.5. That's how I would describe Pathfinder.
Awaits discovery somewhere within the castle.
Juicy softball down the middle for the players to tee up on every so often. Yep. Oh yeah. Plus, I also like doing the surprise factor thing, where like the players will be expecting a dangerous or difficult fight, and it kind of surprises them when the fight is actually not that difficult to deal with. So yeah. Pathfinder's 3.5, but never saying no. That's another good way to think about it. Yeah. The other thing too is, so this Saturday I'm going to be having some friends over. to celebrate my birthday. So we're gonna be I'm doing like a game night. So I'm kind of making like, I'm doing like a Jeopardy thing, where I'm getting everybody to play Jeopardy because I want to pretend to be Alex Trebek. Also, it's fun to write Jeopardy clues. So I've been having a blast doing that. And also my girlfriend, who does not really play a lot of D&D, because it's, for me, she's actually going to run a one-shot. So it's going to be her first time ever like running a D&D thing, and she wants to try doing it. And so to help her, I decided to like write the characters. And so the characters start at level 5. So I'm writing all of them. And dude, there's like literally no decision making in D&D 5.
Is the icon of Ravenloft.
Like it's just straight up no decision making. Every character just builds itself. It's very wild. And they're all the same. Where do we go? Yeah. Okay, that's easy.
As you hold the icon of Ravenloft in your hands.
Doesn't have to be an attack, but it can be want to drop a piano. Yeah, maybe. Would a swashbuckling paladin vanguard someone fighting mastery work, or would they cancel each other out? Well, I can answer that question for you really fast. Arcanalath, I like where you're going from, and I like the idea of a swashbuckling paladin. The main problem is that paladin and bard are exclusive, because paladin is lawful exclusive, and bards cannot be lawful. So I love the idea, and I like the vigor, but unfortunately, D&D says no. I'm old. I am old. I'm old as hell, dude. Am I gonna cosplay? No. It's too hot. I don't want to dress up in like a nice suit when it's like 1,000,000 degrees outside. But yeah, but we'll be doing that. It should be fun. We're doing like it's gonna be like a build your own pizza night as well. I love doing build your own pizza night with my friends, inviting people over, and then I make all the pizza dough and get a bunch of toppings, other stuff, and then people can like make their own stuff and throw all the pizzas together, which is fun. Yeah, it's gonna be great. I am already older. My birthday was on Tuesday, but you know, I'd rather wait for the weekend when everybody is free to be able to do stuff, because all my friends are employed. They're jobbers. You know, they got to go to the wage cage. Yeah, the wages, exactly. Homemade pizza with my new pizza steel. Hell yeah, dude. That's awesome. Very excited to hear about that. Good old homemade pizza on the homemade pizza steel. Yeah, you can do like swashbuckling fighter. In fact, there was a classic build back in the day, which was the Count of Monte Cristo build, which was fighter bard rogue. And it was like swashbuckler fighter using intelligence to hit and damage, so you could do traps and stuff. That was a classic build. Classic.
With a sigh of relief, you wonder if you
Where's Peacock out? Is that what the sounds are? Oh no, it's my keyboard. I have the backup keyboard out right now because my current keyboard is like double typing and it's driving me insane. So I've got the backup keyboard until I eventually go and fix it. If the clicking is too annoying, I will do my best to fix it, but it's for now I'm lazy and I don't feel like it. Gonna take 11 and then do rest of Ravenloft. Running, floating off the castle. Nah, I always just teleport. Laziness must prevail. Yeah, there's a lot of like reasonable, fun build names for stuff. Old builds. Nope. 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 Yes. Start. Well, I can't see. Type subclasses. You tend to reduce the number of base classes and have a ton of prestige classes for my campaigns. I actually am the exact opposite. I love the archetypes and subclasses. I think some of them are bad because some of the archetypes and subclasses are like, what if you took the flavorful options out of this character class and gave them the damaging options from another class? And it's like, okay, guys, how about we chill? One of the most egregious ones, actually there's a lot of really egregious ones, but one of them is, there's the Sanctified Slayer, which is a Inquisitor effect that basically removes almost nothing, and then gives you the study effect from the Slayer class, allowing you to just like be a full Slayer. Turns out that's being able to just like obliterate things as part of your melee actions is really, really good, especially when the cost is almost zero. Who knew?
She is searching for heroes.
I only got one enhancement point? Oh yeah, I forgot the XP bad. XP bad.
In the ancient ruins
Take 11?
Gianthold.
No, I said take... Oh, I might have said take 11. I'm taking 13. Look, guys, I'm confused. I meant take 11 as in do level 11 quests. Sometimes my brain goes out of the way. Trying to figure it out. Oh, no, you're good. See, it's also complicated because, like, when it comes to the noises that come through stream, I don't want to have, like, a loud keyboard because not everybody likes to have the clicky keyboard coming through. And personally, I actually don't care whether my keyboard is loud or not for myself. However, I will say, as somebody who's watched streams and videos in the past, there's always something that's like so magical about... Oh, I didn't update the quest. We're on Oath of Vengeance. We're on Oath of Vengeance. Got to update. Accept. Is when you're watching somebody who is like playing a game, they're doing something, and then they turn to their keyboard, and you hear this... It's like starts slamming through because their keyboard's like either largely silent or you don't hear a lot of it. But then when they start typing, you hear the like insane typing speed. And I don't know why, that makes my brain happy every time. I can listen to people typing quickly on a loud keyboard all day. Not if I was like trying to focus, but yeah. For the strength stance, well, the problem is that the paladin trance is really, really good. Like you definitely could, if you wanted to, just take... Oh, this is already done. Oh. Oh, the quest is already done. Oh, we're speaking of Vladimir Horngard. Oh, Demise did the whole thing. Oh. I wasn't sure what was going on. I see. I probably wouldn't do it, especially because the Paladin capstone is super duper good for Knight of the Chalice, as it gives you a massive amount of melee power. Basically, if you're going to do any amount of endgame, I would probably just suck it up and use the Charisma one and have a Charisma swap item. However, if you're not going to do any amount of endgame, that's where instead you can do the multi-classing and just like reincarnate once you get to the level cap. Trances are very, very good and are one of the ways you improve your damage by a ton. So it's good to have at least one, but I think that the strength trance is not going to be as good as it like sacrificing the capstone. Oh, right. These guys can see me now. Assassinate. Assassinate. Don't dispel my magic. God. Used by sounds others are annoyed by. There's some sounds I really personally don't like. Actually, in fact, there's quite a few, honestly. One of the sounds that really gets under my skin is like the squeaking of styrofoam. Oh, I hate the squeaking of styrofoam, dude. A bird lives in this house. There's a parrot that lives downstairs, and he has like some paper towel in his cage, and so sometimes he'll tear off a piece and start chewing on it, and it makes this squeaking sound, and I hate it. I despise it. It makes me angry. Wait, they made Purple Dragon Knight the Banneret? Interesting.
The sound of flapping wings comes from just beyond the closed door. Your eye is drawn to the impressive beacon that dominates the courtyard.
These guys can kill stuff because they're range. I'm going to do my melee thing and crawl around on the floor solving puzzles. Yeah, it's just that, like, the squeak when it's, like, rubbing together. Ugh. The same that gets me, too, is, like, ice rubbing together. The sound of, like, ice like, going over top. I don't like it. I, like, feel it in my teeth. I don't know how else to describe it. It just makes me unhappy.
You feel a tingle of warmth that you have never felt in Barovia.
And from noise makes the teeth hurt. Yeah, literally, I don't... See? Why is that? Why does it make the teeth hurt? I feel it in my teeth. It's just weird. I don't like it. Smoke detector that needs a new battery. You know, I would agree with you. But man, as a person who is situationally lazy, I'm not lazy about everything, but like I have been lazy in my life. I have definitely had situations where I have like heard the smoke detector beeping every minute or 2 minutes, whatever, telling me it needs a new battery. I've definitely left that bad boy for like months. And then you invite a friend over and they're like, what's that sound? You're like, oh, I guess the thing must be out of battery. Oh, right. Well, I guess we'll have to change it. It must have just started right now because I don't want to be embarrassed about the fact that I just kind of dealt with it for a long time.
To Castle Ravenloft, this time uninvited. As promised, the servants
Just pass it off. Yeah, that must have just started. It's crazy.
Jesper the Raven made it this far at least.
All right.
Jesper's last report says he
Same
went
stuff.
out to
Yeah, it depends on what it
steal a
is.
potion from a couple of
Sometimes,
witches
for me, it
whose
goes like
lair is at the
50-50.
top
Sometimes
of
it's
the
just straight
South
laziness.
Tower.
If that annoys me anymore, yeah. Yeah, sometimes also when you have like the constant sirens, dude, just even standing at like, you're like at the McDonald's and you're like in the lobby waiting for a snack, whatever you ordered, and you just hear the constant sirens going off of like there's orders waiting and this is done and this is done and everyone's talking and oh, the noise, noise. Yeah, situationally lazy. Like I can be a very, very hard worker when I need to be, but sometimes there's just some things in my life I just can't be bothered. And I will not solve these problems. What's that? A task that takes 2 minutes that will make me very happy and solve a lot of my problems personally? Well, what if I just never did it? What if I just left that task forever and never touched it? Battery's not dead yet. And the beep stops, that means change the battery? Yeah, but then you forget to change the battery and then you die. 3 Wild Mage, 8 Trickster, 9 Warlock for the Wild Surges and Magical Ambush. You need less Warlock. Instead of using Warlock, use Acolyte of the Skin, and then you only need 2 levels of Warlock. And then you can have more something else. Also, I don't know, instead of playing a wild, I'm going to save you some time. Don't play a Wild Mage, go with 2 Warlock and 17 Trickster, and then you could even do 1 Wild Mage, go with the Chaos Mancer, so you get the Giga Wild Mage stuff. Wait, do you do it for like 24 hours? Yeah, I've done 24-hour live streams. I do enjoy doing the 24 hours. Audio, I hope it's still there. If my audio just crashed out, that would be annoying. Isn't that hardly working? It's something. Yep.
The withered forms of 2 halves
Are you on Twitch? I can hear you.
The taller of the 2 gestures for you to
Something going on outside.
The old witch's cackle, then one of them sneers at you. We know about your little bandits. Baba likes
Yeah, looking at my window, there's like something going on in the parking lot. I don't know what.
So we set
Did I update this to Raven at the door? No, I didn't.
The witch continues.
Welcome. We're in Raven at the door because I forgot to update the quest. On the tube? Oh, hell yeah, I'm on the tube. Tube me up, baby.
Such a little bandit, though, sister.
I never look at the
We
TV.
need more meat for our pot, don't you? The cauldron's fiery heat abates.
At some point, my girlfriend's probably going to stop in to ask me something because she's currently making like a delicious treat for this weekend. She's making cake pops for the first time. And so she's been learning a lot of processes from like other people she knows on how to properly make a good cake pop. And so she's probably at some point going to go give me or like kind of come here to give me a sample. And I can't wait until she hits the heat whiplash and experiences the fact that this room is like 10 degrees warmer than it is outside.
Broken furnishings lie scattered about the room.
New server rack, the fan is something. Oh yeah, dude.
The smashed remains of a moldering cake. It's
smart TVs, yeah.
Permeates the wreckage.
I find we have a smart TV downstairs, and it's not as smart as I would like. I find the smart TV is kind of like, what's the best way to describe it?
Evaporates into a fine mist.
Kind of dumb.
Strength of will alone, you push yourself through the tiny
The best smart TV device I ever had was the first Chromecast I ever bought, where it didn't have a lot of the features you expect from a modern smart TV or even a modern Chromecast. All it did was connect the TV, and then you had to use a tool to connect to it. So if you wanted to like watch a YouTube video, you had to like load it up on your phone and then connect it through and slam it through and it would connect. And I remember buying a new Chromecast at some point, and I'm like, okay, I'll connect my phone. No, you have to go onto the TV, you have to load up the Chromecast app. Then from the app, you have to connect it to your phone, and then from your phone, you can then send something to the TV. And I'm like, but I used to just be able to, I could press a button on my phone, click a YouTube video, and it would turn the TV on its own, set it up to YouTube, and start playing the video. But now I have to go on the TV, turn it on, go into the YouTube app, then tell it to recognize my phone, and then I can do it. I'm like, this is so bad. And it makes me angry. Modern TV is just worse. To be fair though, you could say like, you could literally just go modern X is worse, and you'd probably be right. Why we still have TVs? Sports. Gotta have sports. Like I like TVs in terms of like having a bigger screen for like Vigimo games, you know? Some of the cinematic factor. Like I don't ever have a big TV, but a buddy of mine, he does like a lot of the movie watching, and so he has like a theater space where it's like, you know, dark space, like dark walls, what have you, and then he does like movies in there, and so he'll invite us over for movies, and like that's great. It like kind of mimics what you get in the theater, so it's nice for like the movies that I should watch in a theater, but then I didn't see them at the time, or like they're like older ones that you should have seen. Like he wants to watch Mad Tea Party. He wants to watch Megalopolis. I don't know anything about it, but I'm assuming it's one of those you probably should watch in the theater sort of movies. But yeah, sports is that. Sports is streaming. Yeah, but it's like you want to watch it on the TV. You got to have it on the big screen so you can see the people playing sports, you know? Modern TVs are just big ad screens. Oh yeah, don't forget about gambling. Do you guys want to gamble? You guys want to do some gambling in real life? You guys want to do some real life gambling? I can't bear. I've seen like just seeing it secondhand, the amount of like, hey, do you want to watch sports? What about gambling your life savings? Have you thought about your life savings being gambled on this app? You can get on your phone. It's horrible. I hate it. It makes me angry. Any build for PoE2 planned? Game's the best place it's been. Huh? Oh, I'm on T14 maps in PoE2. Specifically, I'm on T14 maps and not higher because I don't have any higher maps. But yeah, I'm doing Blood Mage, and I'm having a lot of fun with it. Not as much fun as I would like. I still think I like PoE1 a lot more than PoE2, but I'm enjoying it. I'm having a good time. How did I miss this guy twice? Whatever, screw you. He dies. You're saying I got ads? Hell yeah. What if I did that on purpose? I did do it on purpose. Hydrate? I'm actually out of water. I have to go get some. Can't really gamble like that in California. That's good. Gambling is not good. It did not work. Yeah, I can see that. Oh, we didn't open the door? Did we not do that? Did we do this? Well, for me, it's just like, I don't like the mechanics. Like we've talked about this a bit yesterday, but the ordering of mechanics happens in reverse. So it feels like my builds end up just getting like more restrictive. Again, the example I can give you is that in PoE1, conversions happen at the end step, and in PoE2, conversions happen as the first step. So one of my favorite items in PoE1 is the Doomfletch bow, which gives you 100% of physical as all three elements. Because then I can be tri-elemental guy. So if the bow does 100 damage, I get 100 fire, 100 cold, 100 lightning. And it's really cool. In PoE2, the same bow exists, so you can use a Doomfletch if you want, which seems like it would be neat. But the problem is with skills, the conversion happens on the skill first. So if I use Lightning Arrow converts 80% of my physical into lightning, and then the Doomfletch kicks in and converts the remaining 20% into all three elements, which means any elemental bow skills immediately are off the table and do not work with this bow, and all of the non-elemental bow skills suck ass through a straw and are complete fucking garbage. So your option, so the bow is basically just like not usable in the game. Which is funny because there's a new bow called Periphery. and Periphery, instead of adding physical as other elements, instead it just adds all 3 elemental damage types, meaning it just works with all the bows because there's no conversion process, and it's just strictly better. To be fair, it's an endgame bow, and that is fair that it's a much better weapon. But yeah, so basically one game lets me use this cool bow and make a whole bunch of cool builds using whatever skills I want, and the other game says, oh, do you want to use this cool bow? Cool. It only works with bad skills that aren't fun to use and are clunky and are bad. You know what the highest damage skill, physical bow skill is? Bow shot. The auto attack. Excellent stuff. So yeah. Live in Vegas, you can gamble at the gas station. You can gamble everywhere. That was like one of my first and only time ever going to Vegas. I got off the plane and I'm in the airport, and as I'm walking to leave, there's like these booths with people in these like glass, I don't know if they still have them, but at the time they had these like big glass boxes you could sit in where you could both smoke and play slot machines inside the airport while waiting for your flight. And I'm like, damn, I'm in Vegas, baby. So yeah. Anyway, for me, it just feels like Path of Exile 2 is significantly more restrictive in terms of its build design because they limit what you can and can't combine with different things, making it's just a lot narrower, which I don't personally like. But some people like that. Some people want like kind of the simplistic streamline of like, this is how this build works, this is how this thing functions, and that's it. Whereas I like the PoE1 very freeing of like, what if I could combine this with this? If you think you can, you probably can. In PoE2, if you think you can, you probably can't. It doesn't work. The small issues that bug me? Yeah. Again, at some point in the future, they'll probably like make more complexities or maybe change some of the ordering or do something like that. But yeah, for now, I'm not enthused. Went in a specific order. That is true. This specific order of conversions can be restrictive. I'm not going to argue against that. Also, I'm a boomer and I'm an old man, and I like the thing that I liked, and then I don't want to deal with a new thing. Change is scary, and I don't like dealing with change. So instead, I want to have no change. How does that sound? I don't want change. Oh, what's up, Mixoplex? How you doing? How's your day going? Welcome. I attend the wedding of 2 EverQuest players, and yes, an Elvis impersonator was involved. Okay, so Vegas was an interesting experience for me. This was 20...
A familiar figure stands.
When was the Witchwood? I was playing the Witchwood. 2018? I want to say 2018. I was in Vegas for my cousin's bachelor party, and on one of the days, we're just walking around outside. And the best way I can describe Las Vegas is... there I am outside on the street with a beer. You can drink on the street in Vegas as long as it's not in glass, or at least you could at the time. If it's in a plastic container, you can drink on the street, no one cares. If it's in glass, you are not allowed. It's because of like glass cleanup and all that. So I had my plastic cup of beer as I was walking down the street. At which point, within a very small area, I'm talking within probably like 15 square feet, you had a guy on like a milk crate with a sign shouting about the end of the world. You had another guy who was like kind of sneaking through the crowd, like snaking his way through, but getting up real close and just saying the names of hard drugs because he was a drug dealer or someone associated with drug dealers as a way to like move people to a certain direction. And you go, hey, something, and then he would just hand you a card. I didn't do this, but I watched somebody say something. He hands them a card and then walks away. There was a group of performers, is what I'm going to say, where they were. There was a group of women on the street who were wearing basically nothing, and were kind of standing around, kind of like these sort of models. And we're like posing and hanging out with people in the middle of the street. There was a guy who was like basically kind of half passed out, leaned up against one edge of the building. And then there was a family of 5 mom and dad and 3 kids, all struggling to figure out where exactly they were going to go because they were trying to get to somewhere
This is the sarcophagus
at 11 in the
of
morning.
that Casimir was searching for. You call out to him, and moments later, he arrives.
It was kind of great. I loved it. It was really cool. People watching? Oh, man. The people watching is really cool. Can I ask the ultimate boomer question? Yeah. I assume it's reference to baby boomers, which are like my dad's generation. When did boomer become like anyone over 30? Oh, so what happens is it's just like kind of the law of extremes. So boomers are a specific generation, the baby boomer generation. So then if you start to do something that is seen as being older, you're doing something that's, you know, boomer related, boomer coded. You're doing something that a boomer would do. You know, the whole okay boomer, because we're in 2020 again. Was that 2020? I don't remember what year it was. I'm old. And then now instead of just saying boomer for describing old, it's just more fun to call somebody a boomer. So instead of saying, oh, you know, oh, you're getting older, it's more fun to say, oh, you're booming it up. Oh yeah, you're you know, am I old now? Oh, you're a boomer, dude. Yeah. Oh, so they don't even say boomer anymore. They're calling people unks now. If you're too young or too old, you might not know this. But yeah, they're now calling people unks. So boomer's kind of over. So some people will still use boomer. I still use it sometimes because it's just fun to say. You have to understand that there's nothing wrong with being at a certain age, and you also have to be able to laugh at yourself. And I have to be able to laugh at myself because I'm from a millennial. I'm a millennial. I'm from the millennial generation. Ever since I could read, there have been news articles being written about my entire generation, calling us the laziest generation and the worst generation and the stupidest generation forever. And you know what's the best part about that? Is that when we finally got the chance to turn the corner and there's a new generation, Gen Z, they're still fucking shitting on millennials. Still. So I have to deal with it. And you know what? Fair. A lot of us suck. Me, myself included. So, fine. But that's basically it. So, yeah. Each damage type you compound at a scale. Yeah. Again, the main problem I ran into is like, because I'm playing PoE2, and a lot of the skills will use like multiple different types to scale. So like, I wanted to do face breakers, but all of the skills are either full fizz, or some of them are fizz to fire, and some of them are 30% fizz to fire, 50% fizz to fire, 60% fizz to fire, 80% fizz to fire. And I don't know if I'm supposed to scale fizz or if I'm supposed to scale fire based on those skills, or which one I'm supposed to use. And then the answer is, well, you just look through the tree and pick up all the things that just generically say attack damage, and that's how you scale it. So you don't scale one or the other. And then I'm like, why are these elements even in the game anyway? You can read? Yeah, I can read. I use text to speech. You found work? No. I'd like to though. Every generation is worse than its predecessors? No. That's just what the older people will tell you. So they don't feel so bad about themselves.
A cave leads down into the dark and the damp.
Every generation has to be able to take in more new information than the last and be able to navigate an increasingly complex world than the last. The amount of knowledge, the amount of different things you have to be aware of, the amount of stresses that you deal with in your day-to-day increases from every generation. I'm not even just talking about the modern ones, even like the older ones. Life got a lot more complicated after the radio became commonplace. Then you got TV, and then you got, you know, transatlantic transnational communication in the form of, you know, just like being able to call somebody on the phone, and then it affects everything. Just more information, more complexity, and you got to learn it, and it's complicated. Or you just stick your head in the sand, which is what a lot of people do. Yeah. I do feel for a lot of the younger generations nowadays, because unfortunately they are being fed into a literal meat grinder where when I was a kid, we grew up on the unfiltered internet, so I didn't have to actually, like, I got basically no supervision when I went on the internet, so I got to learn all sorts of things that I probably shouldn't have learned about, or seen a lot of things I shouldn't have been able to see, but I got exposed to a lot of information, and I got the ability to kind of not have things curated to me. So it was like the internet was this ultimate pool of curiosity, where if you wanted to see something, you could find it, and if nothing was served to you, you had to go look for things. So it encouraged you to search, to find, to explore. And then once it was like, oh, you know, it's not hard, learning HTML. And then now you can make your own website. You can make things with your friends. You can do stuff on top of everything else that already existed. Being able to go and find and do certain things is like really, really cool. And then you hit, you know, people figuring out internet video is a thing. Short form content's very popular. The rise of like all these shorts, Vine, things like that, hitting a lot of the younger generations. So you have a lot of the Gen Z kids growing up with like this shorter form attention span economy, algorithm focused sort of nonsense, where as opposed to having to search for things that you actually want to see, a computer is going to send things to you, and then you're going to see those, and you have to use your own willpower to resist and choose to look at something on your own, which most people aren't trained to do because it's not how the media landscape wants things to be. Most media companies want you to simply just, they literally call it the feed, like it's slop. They're like, yeah, check your feed, because they're just trying to give you something to sell to advertisers. And that was fed directly in the hands of children, impressionable children, giving them cell phones, devices, social media, and all the public influences. Wasn't really good for the kids. And then we solved this problem by making it so that, now most things on the internet are dumber because AI is posting a lot of stuff that's dumb and doesn't do anything and is wrong. And we're teaching people, we're taking away people's abilities to search for things and to explore by saying, well, yeah, but just let the computer do that for you. Let the AI do that for you. But again, it's not only wrong, but also maybe not good that people don't know how to effectively search for things or to discern information, which is bad. And then just shove that in the hands of kids, man. Just shove that in the hands of little kids. It's even better. You know, people talk about like the iPad kid, you know, being like, oh, the kid that like grew up on the iPad. The modern iPad kids are like cooked, dude. The modern iPad kids are just like giga cooked. I don't even know, dude. That shit's crazy. Can't leech at all because you can't trust for pride because you can tell your fizz to fire. It means you can leech from fires. It means you're getting extra fizz to leech at all. Yep. The previous generation teach new generation. They kind of cooked a lot of my generation. Yeah. Yeah, my generation got pretty cooked too. There's like a lot of bad initiatives that kind of went around. You stream rant emote. I don't have an emote for stream ranting. Also, it's a Gwen. How you doing? Because they can't read even after graduating from high school. Yeah, but we have kids who can't read after graduating from high school. It's not because the kids are dumber. The kids had less lead in their water and in their paint or in the paint in their walls. It's because education standards have gotten worse because people rely more on the machines, and also because removing and destroying public education is one of the #1 playbooks of consolidating power. Because if you make the populace dumb, they're not able to fight against you or rise up or understand what they need. Public education, very important. Educate the kids. Keep people hungry and have a desire to learn new things. Like, I can't express how, like, the reason why I'm excited and I want to learn about things is because of, like, the people in my life who had such a big impact. Like, all of the teachers that I had that inspired me to want to, like, learn new things and go out where when you ask a question, they would, like, engage you and want to, like, be like, let's figure that out together. Let's solve these problems. Having good educators, mentors, and a robust education system is, like, super key. I got a new keyboard. I have a backup keyboard. My current keyboard, unfortunately, is doing some double typing, and I need to get some isopropyl alcohol and dump it in there, in that bad boy, but I haven't done that, even though I was at the store and I could have done that today, but I didn't, so I haven't, so I have the clickety-clackety keyboard. Well, it's less so that the education systems aren't evolving fast enough, which is both true. That is true. The education system's not evolving fast enough, but also the fact that the education system is actually going the other direction. A lot of places are like giving reduced funding or increasing classroom sizes, which is not good for students, or shifting resources into like, let's incorporate AI technology in our schools because to make them learn faster. When like you can ask Google a basic question and the AI overview is wrong so often, it's insane. I don't even know how they can still do that. It's madness. Because the other problem is, you're right, information is given freely, but oftentimes the information is given freely is just wrong. Attention in primary school for knowing about geomagnetic reversals. Yeah, as you should. Get out of here with your geometric wizardry. Yeah, it destroys critical thinking as well. Critical thinking skills is one of those skills that I feel very fortunate that I had the chance to learn, and is probably the thing that I learned the most from taking philosophy courses. Because I went to university for biochemistry, but some of the courses where I actually kind of learned the most was definitely some of the philosophy courses, where they were like, hey, think about this, and what about this, and like just forcing you to like think about something in a way that you weren't thinking about it before, and looking at something from a different perspective. Especially a lot of the stuff where it's basically like legalese sort of arguments, where somebody makes an argument and they start from a position and then they move through their whole position, and you have to follow them, and you have to, you know, go like, okay, do you agree or disagree with this position? And then you read somebody who argues the opposite position with a very, very convincing argument, and then you go, You can even run into the situation which I ran into, where I agreed with both propositions, both sides at the same time, and you have to reconcile that, and that's where you have to build critical thinking skills, and it was like really valuable. I remember being in like high school, and all the kids would shit on like philosophy and be like, yeah, dude, philosophy is so dumb, it's like an easy course and blah blah blah. And I'm like, oh, I learned how to communicate and how to understand the spoken and written word. This was good. This was good. English did that as well, admittedly. Hear from people and they won't question anything? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Robust education systems for young people. And that's why the young people are cooked. Because it's a shock to nobody if you take your kid and sit them down in front of CoComelon for like, you know, the first 2 years of their entire life, and then don't engage their senses, then yeah, your kid's gonna slide.
Allowing you to explore further into the village.
78,000 years ago? Oh no, that's too old for me. I don't remember that happening. That being said, I'm not out here trying to blame parents. Parenting is hard, especially nowadays with, you know, a lot of people really struggling economically and financially. It's difficult to find like assistance with your kids, and to have, you know, you gotta have both parents working 1 or 2 jobs, and it's hard to make sure you're getting your kid the best that they need. And so it's a struggle all over the place. So I do empathize with people that struggle with this one. I have mad respect for the parents who literally sacrifice everything to make sure their kids have a better life.
Sounds of weeping can be heard further into the ruins.
So yeah. Anyway, serious world topics. The thing that bothers me, I think, there's a lot of things that bother me about the current use of AI, which is not that there is no use of it. It's happening in a lot of like academic fields, technical fields, where people are using specific things for specific purposes in very small parts. But that there's a push by all these big companies where they're like, hey, you can actually use this in every element of your entire life. And they work really hard to attempt to convince you that this is like really good. And no, guys, it's actually very good. It's actually really good. You should actually use it. And like, nobody needed to tell people to use TikTok. It was just fun to use. People didn't need to be like told to use like smartphones. They needed to be advertised to it. But then when some people get it and they get access to it, they start using it. And people realize, oh, having a tool that can search everything on the universe in my hand is really cool. This is really useful. And I can look at cat videos anytime I want, 24 hours a day. This is good. This is a good tool. People figure that shit out. the fact that every AI company is trying to shove it down your throat and be like, actually, this is good. It's like, no. If it was good, we would figure that out by now.
Must be Baba Lasaga's hut, but the magic
Notifications required there for the AI. They made AI to unify people's minds. Yeah, except AI doesn't know anything about anything.
A nearby raven croaks excitedly.
Besides, take out their shit posting and went too far. Exactly, dude. I remember the time where people started using the AI voices, and they took like that Burger King commercial, the double, triple Whopper, and they made that guy like start crying about how he misses his kids. He's like begging for his ex-wife to give him his kids back with the AI voice, and I was like, that's kind of funny. And then, yeah, it hasn't been as funny since. Later, Kosi words. Anyway, all of this relates back to this character. Because at least for right now,
As the raven flies toward the exit, it says,
artificial intelligence will never give you a character like this because you need to be a real idiot to come up with an idea as to what I'm currently doing. Because yes, I am very special and unique. But also, there's the fact that, very fortunately, the computer is exceptionally bad at pretty much, or like AI is really bad at anything video game related. So if you ask it a DDO question, it almost immediately gets it wrong. Like almost always. It can't make a build for you. It has no idea how any of the rules work or what's happening in the game or how to do anything. And so at least I get to keep my job for a little while. Someday I might be able to make a proper DDO build, but not yet. Not yet. Shit, right now we can't even start with a DDO AI model. There you go, do it. But see, this is the thing, and this is why I don't like get too stressed about these, where it's like, oh yeah, the computer will take over doing all the things. Number one, people like imperfections, people like underdogs, and so even if there's like a tool that will make you the best, most perfectest build all the time, there will still be the people out there tinkering, the people in the shop who are like, yeah, you know what, this, you know, X, Y, or Z is really good, but what if I actually used, you know, this other thing instead? And they come up with their own build ideas and they make whatever they want. That's like an eternal thing and will never be changing as time goes on, which I love.
You found the sun sword.
People making posts that are just, I asked ChatGPT how the game should be ran. Do people actually post like that on the forums? I don't read. I've read some things where people are posting about ChatGPT on the forums, but I haven't read enough.
A blessing lies hidden here, where flesh is forged into new forms.
Yeah, I can't do niche builds. Well, it's mostly because if you're asking a computer to do something, the computer's probably going to try to do it efficiently. And when lack of efficiency is the point of the build, it gets really tough for the computer to do that. Efficiently do inefficiency. The computer is like, how do? I've said it before, and I will say it again. I think that World of Warcraft sucks ass, but I do think that there's one thing that World of Warcraft can do well to save all of humanity. At some point, we're gonna get those like real sci-fi AIs, like your, you know, your iRobot or whatever, like the where it's like actually its own self-thinking, it believes it's a person sort of machines that can also kill everybody. And what World of Warcraft is good for is we just have to teach those machines to play World of Warcraft so they get distracted, and we teach them sloth as a value. So if the machine can learn that sloth is like an important value to have, like sometimes you just got to do something or be lazy or doing a thing not because it's the most efficient thing, but because you can do it, then we'll be okay. We just got to teach it sloth.
A hatch in one corner of the room leads down into the cellar.
Yeah, I just spent a lot of time reading stuff on the forums, mostly because some of it makes my head hurt. There's a lot of people that post a lot of good stuff, and I'm not trying to deride every single post on the forums. Again, one of the reasons why I like to do some of the recap to find out how people are feeling about some of the stuff on Lomania is because I do generally care about what that portion of the population thinks about things. But like, also there's a lot of dumb stuff on the forums too. But that's the same thing with any website. There's dumb stuff on lots of websites. And it also happens in like downtime the most as well, as like especially when it's like in between expansions or in between like content updates, there's always going to be people that are spending more time posting on the forums, posting in the Discord, posting in whatever chat server they want to, talking about stuff, just shooting the shit because they got nothing to do. Machines already exist? I don't think so. Not quite the same. We don't have that like self-fulfilling machine intelligence, which is good. I don't want that. It's too much for me. Also, no Esmeralda's here. No. We can intimidate, probably.
There you are. This seems so familiar, but
Yeah, I haven't checked. You know what? I'm curious. I'm gonna check the forums real quick. I want to see what the top post that says something about ChatGPT is on the face of it.
I feel that it
In fact, I can
somehow
search.
holds the key.
GPT search. Let's see here. Okay, the last post was today. What the hell is this?
Irina takes the sun sword and tenderly places it on the shrine. This was his sword. And this is where we would meet. Early in the morning during...
Oh, that's two people arguing, and one person says you should type my argument into ChatGPT. So you understand what I'm saying, which is really funny. That's an insane way to argue with somebody. Okay, that's not helpful. Chat. Where's ChatGPT? Chat, people chatting, chat. Chat rooms.
The sadness in his eyes turns to sudden joy. Tatiana.
I don't have the patience to read through all these threads. Anyway.
Come, my love. Let us be together at last.
But again,
Sergei, my beloved. Oh,
I just have to be happy that I have the ability to critically think, which I still have, which is good. And I like making builds, and I like playing with toys. I love when there's lots of toys in the toy box. You know, I like when my big Lego bucket just has lots of Legos in it, and I can make whatever I want. So in this case, it's DDO with all the different characters and builds, and I can put things together. It's the reason why I like playing tabletop, and I like running my own games, and I like running stuff, and I can pick and choose who I want to be a part of it. So I'm pretty happy about that. Because people are still going to be making those types of games for people like me, so I'm in a good spot.
She's escaped. Escaped to where I cannot follow.
Cries Strahd.
I mean, I think the majority of people are not going to have like a computerized significant other. And not for the reason you might think. Not because I don't think that people will lean towards that type of attachment. A lot of people have already like decided they want to go towards the more machine-based, not machine-based attachment, but you know, it's nice to have somebody to talk to who will just listen to you implicitly, and also the computers are designed to tell you that you're God, so it's kind of weird. But it's more so that it's not gonna be free. It's gonna be expensive, and not everyone's gonna want to pay for it. What am I looking for? Just posts of people posting where they're shoving their builds into ChatGPT on the forums.
This is a waste of my time.
And then I didn't have the patience to read through every single post.
Here, just as I am. Better to leave you alone.
I was just builds, and he says he had AI write his posts because he didn't want to bother. Yeah, but that's when you just don't read it.
With that, Strahd vanishes.
You just hit him with the ignore.
For a moment,
I'm pretty sure you can like squelch people in the forums, so you don't have to read anything they write.
Dreary, defeated land. Then, without warning, the sun sword
I overuse ChatGPT.
warm,
Yeah, I know.
bright light.
Every time I know that every single time I say something to you, Yusukai, you go and feverishly type in what I said into ChatGPT and ask it for a witty response, and then you get a message back and you copy and paste it in here.
This is the key to ending his
I mean, VR games like in anime, yeah, give me that Sword Art Online, baby. So when I plug in and I die in the game, I die in real life. Let's go. I don't actually want that. So, I was watching. I'm a nerd. I was watching or listening to the podcast Star Talk featuring Neil deGrasse Tyson and others, and on it they were discussing the idea of intelligence as quantum computing. So the idea that if you have like that, there's some thought that the brain is a quantum computer, and that you can't, and that's the tied to consciousness, and that you can't kind of take a freeze frame of consciousness at any given moment, because quantum computing or quantum mechanics is basically like it's a superposition where at any moment you can get the state of something over a period of time, but you can't know what the state of something at any individual moment is, because that one moment won't relate to the entire system. It's complicated stuff. I'm not going to explain it because I don't know it that well, because I'm not a quantum physicist. But basically, if the idea is the brain is a quantum machine, then that would mean that inherently, if you were to put your consciousness into like an AI machine, like you plug into a computer and your brain goes into a computer, even if it goes back into your body afterwards, inherently, when you do that, the copy that goes into the machine is you, but it's not inherently you. It's not the exact version of you. It is a copy of you, but it can't be the same because you're making a copy of something, and because it's a quantum system, it cannot be the same thing mathematically. It has to be a separate thing, which means that your cognitive experience would stop and a new cognitive experiences would start that would be you, but you wouldn't get to experience it. So you would plug yourself into the VR machine to like do the VR. It would download your brain into the computer and you die and everything goes black forever and you're gone. And then another version of you gets to keep doing the thing with all of your memories and having all your information. So it's like, oh, cool. We get the cool VR thing. You put on the helmet and then you don't get to experience it because it's a copy of you that gets to experience it. And then when that copy is done and they take the helmet off, the copy goes back in your body and that thing is gone. And now it's a new thing that's in your body because you can't have that continuity. I'm like, that's a scary thought. So I hope that's not how it works. Because I agree. I'd love to have the like digital world where you can like connect into computer and do a thing. But I'm like, ooh, not if everything goes black though, when you do it. It's like how in what was it? In the TV show Invincible. This is not a spoiler. It happens in the first season. I guess it's a spoiler for the first season of the TV show if you didn't watch it yet. But there's they're these guys, the Muller twins, are the bad guys, and basically they are the same guy, but they're like one's a clone, but neither one knows which one of the clone is, because when they do a clone of the brain, they both wake up with the same minds. They don't know which one is the real one, and so they have to figure out. So they basically both believe that they're the real one, but they're like the original, but neither one can actually know, because it's one mind gets put into two bodies. So they both think they're the proper one. And then they have there's a situation where a character makes a clone of a body and then puts his brain into both bodies, but one is very different than the other, and he gets to see he has to turn the other brain off. It's very sad. It's very hard to watch. And I'm like, damn, that's like not something I would want to mess with. You know what I mean? I don't need that in my life. Why can't my sci-fi future be easy? And that's why I stick to tabletop roleplay. Tabletop roleplay is fun. Tabletop roleplay is great. You get to like hang out with your friends, chug a few beers. Ugh, good times. That's pretty much the extent of what I really want to get out of my weekend most of the times. Hang out with some friends, chug a few beers, have a good time. Shame they killed the Muller twins. It is a huge shame they killed the Muller twins. Easily one of my favorite characters in the TV show. On the tele. Your body and you get the experience. Yeah, assuming that would be possible, but it's probably not. I mean, to be fair, we don't have that technology anyway. We're so far away from a computer brain interface and that sort of method. They've got like the computer brain interface in that there's like things where they can connect up to people's nerves for like controlling prosthetics, which is really, really cool. And some things where people are able to use like different types of like signals to control devices, but it's like really primitive tech when it comes to actual brain computer interface. And also, I don't want to be the test subject on that. I don't want to be the test subject on that. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. I will do it when like 100 million people have done it and they all lived. I'm not going to put this. Hey, you know what? Listen, we got this brain computer interface. It's going to be awesome. So we got this big pod. You get in the pod, and then it fills up with liquid. This is not like the Matrix. I swear it's not like the Matrix. And we get in the big pod. I'm going to plug in here. Only 100 million. Yeah, 100 million is a lot of people. Anyway, I gotta get some water because I am dying of dehydration. I shall return with water. Water. I need water. I am back with water. Cyberstream returns. Yeah, true. Honestly, what a waste of energy. Artificially create me. Whew. Speaking of wastes of energy, I'm gonna be doing something slightly different. You got the 2 million year old good stuff? No, I got some Rickards Red. It's good beer. You may be like, why, Shrimp, why are you drinking beer? Because it's 33 degrees. That's why. And I'm warm. I need something to chill. Speaking of chill, I'm going to blow a lot of your minds by ruining your days. We're going to be changing to, it's raid night for me, so I'm doing some Lord of the Rings online. Usually I would stream earlier, and then you guys wouldn't have to experience my raid night, but too bad. So I'm going to be doing some raids. The Lord of the Rings. If you haven't seen it, this is the first night, so you're going to see the whole raid if you haven't seen the raid yet. So it's the whole night. Yeah, W, big raid night. So it should be a good time. If you don't know anything about it, I'll explain it. Was there a patch? Oh shit, do I have to patch? Oh shit, do I have to patch? I'm patching. What was the patch? June 3rd patch. What was the patch? What did they patch? It's a big patch too. New patch. Angmar and Mordor are now level 105. Housing shared storage has been increased. Interesting. Retry timer on festival racehorses has been changed. Monster play, cosmetics, Rivendell housing decorations. We address an issue in the mission, drive the enemy away. All right. That's good. I don't care about any of that. So, unimportant patch. 3D printed food if it's none of the bad stuff in it, exactly the nutrients I need. Yeah, I'm definitely a the idea of having like a nutrient gruel that just has all the nutrients and I could just eat it. The problem is I went downstairs quickly to get some water and also grab this beer. My girlfriend is making cake pops for my birthday, and so she is producing them, and there was not enough chocolate to cover one of the cake pops, so she's like, here, and she gave me like a half covered cake pop that was still melty. Dude, that was the best fucking thing I've ever eaten in my whole life. And so it's really hard because I'm like, I could eat 10 of those, but also I will get very sick. So I shouldn't, but I wanna. Also, I have to wait. It won't be for a couple days. The raids haven't played that game in years, probably since release. Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, we're doing the newest raid, The Folly of Nagakedi. Do I need my buff? I have my buff. I have a Feral Presence Fate buff from a Bjorning. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, it was good. But yes, so if you haven't seen them, this is going to be the newest raid, The Folly of Nagakedi. We'll be doing the whole thing. You won't be able to hear the chat from the people in my guild because I separate that out so you guys can't hear it, because that way people in my guild don't have to worry about the chat coming through. But you will be able to actually see the content. For today's raid demonstration, I am playing as the Lore Master, and I'm playing the role of defensive support. So I will be debuffing my enemies and reducing their damage while also buffing my allies and increasing their damage, and also healing and doing other stuff. What is a cake pop? So a cake pop, don't worry, I didn't know this either until last year, and then I had one and it blew my mind. So the way a cake pop works is you take cake, so just like, you know, whatever, regular cake, no icing, nothing, you take cake and you mix it with the icing. So instead of taking cake with icing on top, you bake a whole cake, so it's just clean cake, and then you scrape it up and you throw in icing and you mix it until it's like kind of this homogeneous substance, and you roll that into a ball. Then you take that ball and you dip it in something, usually like a chocolate of some kind. So you could do like a strawberry or some other type of thing, but something that will harden. So this is basically vanilla cake being mixed with icing that then gets rolled into a ball, then gets dipped in white chocolate and then is let set so it hardens. And then you get this basically dense, moist cake ball with white chocolate on the outside, and it is slamming. It was so tasty. Like fondue, yeah. No more DDO, not for today, unfortunately. Your computer shit the bed? RIP. Flo's computer. We hardly knew ye. Just got the Blight Marsh Worm hide cloak. Ooh. What's my cloak? Merchant's thick cloak. The gear on this character is actually kind of bad, and that's because Lore Master doesn't need good gear. So I haven't worked that hard. It's really good because it's a much higher ratio of icing to cake, but so it's actually more icing than you would get on a regular slice per bite. So it sounds like it could be overpowering, but the difference is instead of the icing being on one layer, so you bite into it and you get cake and then you get icing, so some of your mouth gets hit with all icing. It's a more even distribution. And it adds like a denseness to the cake as well. So it's very toothsome as your teeth slowly move through the cake. It doesn't have like it's not bite, it's no resistance, but actually that's the best to describe it. It's got like, it's just a pleasant resistance as you bite through it. Oh, it's so good. Some drives are corrupted and I won't even turn on the Wi-Fi to search for the internet. Ooh, that's tough, dude. I'm assuming you have done the trick of turn the computer off and then wait and then turn the computer back on. The hard part is when it comes to the drives. If it's something on like either your hard drive or where your operating system is, that's where it gets really hard to diagnose because then you're just kind of stuck in the situation where you have this non-functional piece of garbage. I ran into a problem with the PC last year where the problem ended up being in the motherboard itself. At least I thought it was in the motherboard, so I replaced everything. Turns out it was actually in the drive, which I replaced everything, and turns out it was in the RAM, and it turns out it was actually just a cavalcade of problems that probably had like, I think there was like a surge that happened which caused an issue with some of the parts, and then it just kind of caused a cascade of problems. So yeah, not ideal. So like I said, we'll see. Also, we're just waiting for people to log in, so that's why it's a raid time. But yeah, if you haven't ever played Lord of the Rings Online, this is very World of Warcraft coded, in that it will play and feel like World of Warcraft, but it's very different in terms of the actual game feel. I know, because I've tried to get WoW players to play Lord of the Rings Online, and they describe it as being poison. Like, they can't play it. It's like, it just feels wrong, even though it's very similar. Because this game has a momentum system, like DDO, where when you press forward, your character, like, speeds up and then slows down. They speed up and then they slow down. They speed up and then they slow down. And that's how it works in DDO and Lord of the Rings. There's like this tiny little momentum system. In WoW, they don't have a momentum system. It's full speed all the time. And a lot of people really hate that movement. And all this just the command prompts and don't want to pay someone to fix it. I'm sorry, dude. Do you know somebody who's even nerdier than you that lives in your local area who'd be willing to look at your computer with you? Kind of brewski. I have a Rickards Red. And it is sweating. So. Rickards is good. And I like Rickards Red. I'm not much of a... I like lagers for the most part. I don't really like IPAs. As I've gotten older, I've realized I just don't like IPAs almost at all. I am almost at the point where if somebody offers me an IPA, I would just like to say, no thanks, and sit quietly without drinking anything. It's mostly because, like, in the mid to 2010s, so like between 2010 and 2020, there were so many craft beers where they're like, it's just like, oh, it's this IPA, and they're just like the hoppiest beers ever with the most bitter aftertaste ever, and they're all trying to one up each other, and I'm like, I can't deal with this. There is a brewery in Renfrew, which is not too far from here, called Whitewater Brewery, and they have a blonde ale called Farmer's Daughter. It's great. Probably one of my favorite beers at the moment. My dad is a computer nerd. He's 1,000 miles away. Ooh. Sorry to hear about that, dude. Computer troubles are the most frustrating because especially if you're like me and your entire life revolves around computer, where everything I do for fun is on computer and all the people I talk to are on computer, and then all of a sudden you can't. It's tough. I hope that whatever is happening gets solved soon and easy. I am unfortunately not a computer troubleshooting guy. I'm usually the like pray that my computer will fix itself magically sort of guy. I will say I remember trying Mead for the first time. I really wanted, because if you play any video game, especially like Skyrim was a big one, like, oh, bring the mead to the mead hall and blah blah blah. And so I was like, oh yeah, I want to try some mead, because I want to be like a, you know, big burly man drinking a mug of mead. I had mead. It's fine. I'm actually not a big fan of mead. It's okay. My brother, who used to live next to like an apiary, they had this meadery and as well, and they would make this like, not like fresh, but they'd be able to buy this like local mead. And so he brought some to me, and he's like, yeah, this is like some of the best mead I've ever had. I don't know, dude. Oh, so what are we doing? What are we waiting for? What's happening? We're missing a healer? We're missing a healer? We're missing a healer. You hate that feeling. Are we missing 2 people? No, just 1 healer. Yeah, just 1. Vimpion mead is better than anything on the market. Yeah, I'm too lazy. Is honey based? If I recall correctly, yes. Mead is a honey ale. From a donut shop, and they only use donuts in the mash. I mean, that sounds like a good way to use old donuts. I'm gonna be honest with you. Yeah. I don't know what makes a red ale a red ale. I'm going to read it. First brewed at the Capilano Brewery in 1982 by Gord Rickards, Rickards Red is a bold Irish-style ale brewed with a blend of 2 malts and a hint of caramel. I don't know. It's tasty. And it's red. So you can salvage the old drive after the system is back up. Yeah. Other people may have better computer advice for you. I, unfortunately, am not an IT person. I could become an IT person, but no. The most disgusting thing I've ever seen on YouTube? That's a video title. I try to not clickbait my videos too much, or talk myself up too much, but I am really, really, really happy about the thumbnail in my most recent video when I went over Dwergar. That it's just the Dwergar, I stuck the laser eyes on him, and it says Dwarf 2. I think that's so funny. For me personally, I think it's hilarious. Is it on the sweeter side? I mean, it's beer, so I don't think so. I think it's just sweeter than bitter. I don't know. Also, unfortunately, our healers are inattentive, so that's why we can't get started yet. I got a title, Ordekai Usurper? For doing what? I've defeated all the Ordekai at Ikal Nebi, conquered the palace in the name of the Hamat Renewed. Good old Renewed Hamat. Do I have all the deeds for the raid? I didn't check this. Deeds of Folly of Nagakedi. Oh, I don't have the T3 deed. Yeah, this one's impossible. You get Mushroom Connoisseur is the deed. You also get the Monstrous Horn. But Mushroom Connoisseur is the title. What's the title for beating it normally? I actually have no idea. Folly of Nagakedi leading the charge. Nagakedi's ruin. And is that the only title? Oh, the only title is for doing like literally the whole thing. Wow. Okay. Mushroom Connoisseur. It's an interesting title. What's my title? Now that I'm thinking about this, Nagakedi's ruin. Yeah, I gotta flex it. When you do the ahead of the curve, you gotta flex it. The title. All right. Anyway, I'm a debuffer, so I'm not going to be doing giga damage or anything. Also, if you're like, I have no idea what's going on, I will do my best to explain it, but for the most part, I'm mostly just trying to stay alive. Are you working on T3 prog? We are progging T3, not today though, but we are progging T3. I have an infected wound. What if I didn't? We are basically trying to do T3 prog, but it's tough. because if you haven't, so you're gonna see the boss fight, the first boss. We have not been able to beat it on T3. No one on our server has beat it on T3 yet. You will see it, and you will see how frantic it is, and then the T3 mechanic is that it's just faster. It is a nightmare. But you don't do that. Again, I will do my best to explain it so it makes sense. But yeah, it is a nightmare. Basically, the way the mechanic works is that there's like these spiders that are gonna hatch from eggs all around a room. So like these sorts of spiders, they like come out of these eggs, and when they're hatching, you can break the eggs to prevent them from hatching. However, to do so, you have to go kill them, and killing the eggs means you're not hitting the boss. And the enrage timer is really short, so you have to kill the boss fast. You can't like use DPS for other stuff. The spiders spawn every 30 or 45 seconds, but on tier 3, it's like every 30 seconds. And that 15 seconds doesn't sound like a lot, but in a minute and a half, you have almost twice as many spiders. So it immediately gets overwhelming. It's like, it's not great. It's fun. It's really, really fun, I will admit. Just, it's a really simple change into the actual structure of the dungeon. Also, is somebody going to raise healer? Can we raise Wrath? Yeah, it gets really overwhelming really fast. Debuff. Debuff. Yeah, my character's mostly like a debuffer. In here, I'm actually doing like a reasonable amount of damage. I'm casting spells, I'm attacking things, I'm doing damage to the monsters, I'm hitting people. When I get to the actual boss phase, I will be doing none of that. During the other bosses, I'll do a lot of damage, but not during this one. Hydrate? No problem. What's this? Beer? Can you explain this raid in terms of DDO raids? No. Because DDO raids are special. They aren't actually like any other raids. Okay, what's the first boss like in terms of DDO raids? Hold on, I'm thinking. Okay, so it's kind of like Fire on Thunder Peaks, but imagine if Fire on Thunder Peaks had a time limit, and if you didn't do it fast enough, everyone died. And you know how in Fire on Thunder Peaks there's like the lava elementals and the undead and the guys, the summoners? Imagine if each of those things, the summoners, the lava elementals, and the other guys, the skeletons, all had a unique mechanic that affected the entire room. So if you don't kill them, they all do something to everybody, on top of the fact that they're just doing damage and killing people, and also there's no limit, they just keep coming.
Forgive us, Mother. We have failed you.
So yeah. Oh, feast. Insane. Yeah, it's a lot. I will do my best to explain it as we go. I'm supposed to be doing things, and I have callouts, but I will do my best to explain this fight as much as I can.
But her voice is so quiet now.
Also, if you hear a voice, that's the evil spider.
More food for me.
So this is Badharal the Gorger. So basically all along the outside of the room, there are going to be these eggs that spawn. There's 3 kinds. There's blighted eggs, there's venomous eggs, and there's plump eggs. The blighted eggs spawn blighted spiders, where when they die, when they get to 20% health, they do a like self-destruct. And if you don't stop them, you have to kill them. If you don't kill them, they drop a puddle on the ground that stays for the rest of the fight that deals a third of your health every 2 seconds. So you can't let that happen. There's the venomous spiders. The venomous spiders have a full frontal cleave, and they debuff whoever they hit all their defenses by 20%. But it's an additive 20%. They don't reduce it by 20%. It's like multiply. It's additive. So my defense is 40%. So if I get hit twice, I got no defense. If I get 3 times, I'm in the negatives. So they're really dangerous. So you can't have them up a lot. And then you have the plump spiders, and the plump spiders, they spawn on the outside and they walk slowly towards the boss. When they get to the boss eats them and heals for a huge chunk of health. The way we deal with that, we used to kill the eggs to stop the plump spiders from hatching. What we do now is we actually are going to use negative healing effects on the boss to reduce how much healing they get. And then when the spiders hit, it doesn't do any healing and we're all set. So that way we can just slam through it pretty quick. But that's not all. There's more spiders. There's also the youngs. So she has the youngs that spawn every minute and a half. The young spiders are 3 spiders that spawn on different sides of the room. And they have a randomly targeted AoE cleave that does about 80% of your health or more. So it's interruptible, so you can kick it, but they will, even if they're on the tank, they will turn, find somebody, and then AoE them. So there always has to be an eyeballs on those spiders. And they spawn every minute and a half. So if you aren't killing them, there's more of them. They just keep coming. There's more of them. There's also the Weaver. The Weaver is a spider that starts in this corner, and then it starts to walk around the room in a clockwise fashion, taking 2 separate paths that it kind of goes around. If you get, it doesn't do any damage, but if it gets close to you, it causes you to become feared, which basically disables your character for 5 seconds. So you have to just dodge it the entire time. And then lastly, there is a gift that you're given, which is basically eggs are implanted in your skin, and it's a debuff on you. The debuff has to be cleansed. If it doesn't get cleansed, spiders burst out of you, dealing damage to you, and spawning these little spiders. The little spiders don't sound like they're going to be dangerous because they're little spiders. Turns out they're just more of the venomous spiders, which are the damage reduction debuff spiders. They are the most dangerous because they can come out of you in huge quantities all at once. If those spawn, it's an instant wipe. So it's good. So there's a lot going on, but we'll get there. Fortunately, I had enough time to explain it because we're like discussing some things in the Discord. So my job, I'm in the wrong spec. My job is, actually I don't want this. My job is to debuff the boss, debuff all the ads, and we're actually not going to kill most of the ads. We're going to root them. So the young spiders, I'm actually going to lock them down. So I have this ability called Cracked Earth, which after I hit the enemy, after 3 seconds, they get stuck on the ground and they can't move. So we're going to root them. So the boss starts and then you see all the eggs spawn. It's also random too. So like the order of the eggs is random every time. So it's not like, oh, venomous spawn and then this and then this. It's literally random every single time. Which is a fun consequence. And also we do this so that way we can start in the room. We reset it real quick. Okay. So I get my debuffs on the spider. Oh, that's not how that works. I have to do this. I'm doing this wrong. Okay, Weavers are in. Okay, we have the young. So we got one here. I have to just watch them so I can interrupt them. Nope. Okay, we're good. I got stunned out of group, which is not ideal, but it's fine, I guess. Hopefully they will come in without needing another interrupt. Just in case, I'm going to drop a warning knowledge because, yes, it did that. Okay, good. I got kicked. Again, nothing crazy. We're just doing damage to the boss. This is fine. Now we have the big spider walking around, so it's going to try to fear. Nope. And it's actually going away, which is good. Okay, we've got 2 plumps. Okay, spiders are hatched. So now there's the blighted coming in. So one of the tanks is going to take the blighted spider. Also, the boss has a bunch of frontal cleaves, which I'm not dealing with. That's why I'm standing back here. I want to get away from the Weaver, though, because it's going to fear me. Okay, plumps coming in. Put on your incoming healing, you guys. Okay. Incoming healing now. Incoming healing now. Okay, we got them both. Good. We actually managed to spawn swarms by accident. There's more spiders coming in. You need buffs. Oh, you died. Yeah, we had swarms. The swarm spiders came in and basically killed us instantly. They're so dangerous. And yeah, that's it. That's the boss fight. And so basically, so you had said there's already eggs spawning. So the eggs have a timer. It's 45 seconds. And then after these spawn in, there's going to be another set. So this will go, and then at some point it picks a new set of eggs. I don't know when, but it picks a new set of eggs. That process is just 15 seconds faster on T3. So there's just more spiders everywhere. It's so overwhelming. I've done this a lot, so I'm used to the tier 2. The tier 3 flow is so stressful. It's literally just panic. It's just panic the entire time. The numbers seem big compared to DDO. Oh yeah. Do you like my 495,000 morale? Or 551,000? The numbers don't really mean anything, and that's why I use percentage health. Also, all the boss phases happen at specific percentages, so you can just see percentage. I really wish there was like an option for a number and percent. We don't have that in this game, but I would love to see that, where it's like you can show you your total and then your percentage, or your current health and then percentage. A lot of games have current health and percentage, which is fun. No, just go. Yep. Okay, young are in. No. That's, oh, it almost killed everybody. I couldn't get the second interrupt. Okay. The melee take a lot of damage as well, because the spider, the big spider, it basically randomly picks somebody it's in melee with it and then does a huge bite on them. So it gets kind of spooky sometimes. We got 2 plumps again. Also, if that horrid venom effect goes off once, the entire raid wipes. Which is a sick mechanic. It's like, yeah, dude. Okay, we got the venomous is in. Plumps are coming. Debuff spider. Okay, get your incoming healing up. Get your incoming healing up. Oh, the plump stopped. Why did these stop? Huh? They broke? I've never seen this in my entire life. Why did they just stop? Look at it. It just stopped. Huh? What? That's crazy. Anyway, we died because the swarm spawned again. Yeah, also yes, SSG already did a number squish. Which is really funny. We're just having some miscommunication issues. The hardest fights in the raid are this fight and the third fight. So, it's kind of funny. But yeah, I've been enjoying this raid a lot. It's actually quite entertaining and quite fun. Everybody has an important role. Like, even if you're a DPS, you can't just mindlessly like hit the boss. You have to be like paying attention to what you're doing. At the very least, you have to be doing a good job. The second boss is nothing but it's just a DPS race the entire time. So you kind of have to be like really, really focused on it. And so, oh, he's gonna die. Not yet. The second boss is like kind of a DPS race. You have to be focused. I think it's the only one where the DPS can kind of slack off a little bit in terms of there's no real mechanics they have to pay attention to. They just have to listen to callouts. But I don't know. The Lore Master set bonus is so sick for this though. Young are in. I don't have the third kick. Nice, we got it. Get him under the boss. Hit him with the debuff. Oh, yes, baby. Take care, Dawn. Enjoy the rest of your entire day. Yeah, I do have the expectation that the majority of people will not hang out to watch some Lord of the Rings online raids, because it's mostly what people don't like, but I was just figured, hey, I'm doing it anyway. And I haven't been able to showcase a lot of the new Lord of the Rings online stuff anyway. This raid is like really good. Got one plump. Like, I really like this raid, especially on the higher tiers. Yeah, I also just like the game. Like, the game feels really good. Slide to the right a bit. Blighted. Cleanse Wrath. Cleanse Wrath. Okay, incoming healing. Incoming healing on the boss. Okay. Perfect. Okay. One plump again. You notice I'm kind of like waffling and doing a whole lot of nothing. I'm just watching. On the higher tier difficulty, I have to just watch. Oh yeah, on the higher tier, there's 2 of these bad boys. There's 2 Weavers. Just so annoying. Okay, move forward, everybody. Get out of the puddles. Okay, we got new Youngs. Youngs are in. Throwing warding. Incoming on the boss. Incoming healing on the boss. Berg, Branch Brawler. Mark this down. Got 2 plumps in the next one. Okay, rooting. Okay, walk away. New hatch. Yeah, so I can root some of the spiders, so I kind of keep them out of range. Incoming healing, you guys. Incoming healing. Okay, is at 25%. Okay, healed a tiny bit, but that's okay. Okay, going for the next root. Spiders on me. I don't like that. Dropping tar under the boss for the debuff. Yep, 1 plump. Cleanse Ed. Nice. Pain flaring the young. There's new young coming. Plump soon. Incoming healing. Incoming healing. Missing the young in group. Okay, we're good. Only 10%. Okay. Oh, I can't stop the Savage Blow. I can't stop that. Okay, rooting spiders. Nice, and that was it. Woo! You made your ground effects light blue? Yeah, this. So these are my ground effects. So this is an allied ground effect. So if it's allied, it's this. And if it's enemy, it's blue. And it lets me see it really easily. Because I am colorblind. I can't see my reds and my greens that well. And so making it so it's not green for ally is great. In other games like ESO, I use like fluorescent colors, but this game doesn't have fluorescent colors. Do people have any recommendations on what I should pull from the Figmented Treasures? So if you want an endgame item, there's an expansion coming soon, which is gonna probably get rid of some things, but I don't think the Autumn Equinox is getting replaced anytime soon. Yo, we got gloves. Let's go, Pog. I don't need them. They're sick. And for the King of the Mist and PvE2, we'll have the raid in the second monitor. Hell yeah. I love being on the second monitor. Ugh. Yep. It's really hard to dodge the first one, but you can dodge the second one pretty easy because you get hit and then you move.
They have returned. Earsenith has cleared a way through on the other side.
Eat dinner and I'm on the first monitor. Oh, let's go! First monitor gameplay. Okay, I'm gonna say this controversial thing. If I'm at my computer, I got monitor 1, I got monitor 2, and I got monitor 3. Even if I'm eating food, monitor 2 is where I put video, because a video always goes on monitor 2. I don't monitor one video ever. I never put video on monitor 2 or monitor 1. Where's truck? Truck. I don't know why, just this is where I watch video. This is where I look at Discord. And this is where I look at whatever I'm doing. I basically have an entire monitor that's just Discord. It's just over here. Just this monitor right here. Is my main focus so it swaps? Yeah, I don't know. I think it's just habit. It's sort of like how for me, like R is always a heal. So like even this character, Beacon of Hope is my AoE heal. So if I go like R, boom, it's a heal. I just use the same buttons for the same things all the time. Oh, come here. Yo, what frame is this? There's a Gandalf frame? What the hell? Yo, truck, where'd you get that frame? The, like, UI frame on your character, the Gandalf one. Oh, no. PvP? Oh. You get this from PvP, dude? Oh, my God. This frame is a PvP focus item. God damn it. Stream Manager, game, browser, and then OBS. Yeah, I just put OBS along with the chats and everything on the same thing. For Stream Manager, I've got a Stream Deck, so. Shout out how we doing for sending me a Stream Deck. It's a great tool that I underutilize because I don't do a lot of like production work. But if I did. Stream Manager Twitch page? Oh, I just don't look at that most of the time. So I flip to it. So on my other monitor, I have like, I have Chatterino, and then I have actually the YouTube Stream Manager, so I can actually read YouTube chat. And then that's just in a tab with all the other stuff. I didn't change my setup, so I'm using the wrong trait line. I'm an idiot. Yeah, I switch scenes using the Stream Deck every time. Again, I don't think the Stream Deck is a tool that's good for everybody, but I do find it to be a very fun toy to play with. I don't have a lot of my sounds set up, though. Oh, yeah, I do. I have this one. Isn't that fun? I just push a button and it does a thing. Now, realistically, I should probably have it like here so it's closer, so it's like right in, so I don't have to lean forward. I have to lean across my whole desk. Do you Twitch an invisible overlay on your game monitor? The problem is I just like Chatterino too much. It's too good of a tool. Also, another feature I would love in DDO, imagine if you could save trait lines, say like you could save enhancement tree lines, like you can in Lord of the Rings. Like, shit, dude, that'd be so fucking sick. So sick. Oh, I'm getting knocked everywhere. Because in this game, you want to know how many trait lines you can have? You can have as many trait lines as money can buy. All it costs is basically the equivalent of 1,000 astral shards, and you can just keep going down the entire page. Program. Honestly, that's probably a good way. I wonder if there's a transparent YouTube chat I could get for watching YouTube chat, because that would be great. Then I can use Chatterino for Twitch and then just have YouTube visible so I can like read it. I'm sorry, I thought we paid you guys to heal. I had to sass one of the healers. They were complaining that people aren't cleansing their debuffs and they're dying because they're taking too much damage because they're not cleansing their easily cleansable debuffs. What am I paying the healer for, huh? I'm joking, obviously. That's like the most frustrating thing in the universe when you're playing the game and like somebody gets a debuff that they can easily like cleanse and they just don't. And you're like, please prevent yourself from dying. You know how you cleanse the debuff? You click this button. Just click the potion. Every 30 seconds, you can drink a potion. Or use one of your cleanses. Every class in the game has a cleanse skill. Like I have knowledge of cures. Just mean you have knowledge of cures. I will say one of the nice things about being a debuffer is that like I can space out a lot. Like I go over to here, you know, and I go boom boom, debuff, hit this guy, go for the stun, proc my Ancient Master, get the big debuff going, drop Lightning Storm, and I can just kind of space out. I've got all the big debuffs. Oh, did that guy get his shout? Oops. Okay, I could have gotten the shout. Anyways, I could have done that. Where's this? That. I forgot to mark the Uruks. That's my bad, actually. Okay, all right. There was something I could have done. But yeah, it's nice. You know, get to space out a little bit. Everybody else has to do damage the entire time. Yeah, man. The raids for me, I don't know. It's just a lot of people complain about this raid because it has like a little bit too much trash, and I'm kind of on the fence. I do agree that there's a little bit too much. One of the problems with like the trash is that in theory the idea is you learn about how to do the content by fighting the trash. So like these Saragost Black Uruks show up during one of the boss fights, and if you can't deal with them, they are the #1 reason as to why you will wipe. They literally wipe your whole raid. They're very dangerous. But a bunch of the so you get to learn them here, and then you understand them. So when you go to the boss, you know what they do, and you're not worried about it. But a bunch of these other things, like the fungal troll demolishers, they don't show up anywhere. In fact, none of the trolls show up in. Actually, that's not true. The armored trolls show up in the boss fights. I guess there are some trolls somewhere. Yeah, the Uruks are horribly dangerous. Basically what they do is they have an ability called Interrupting Shout, which interrupts all spell casts, so you think that's the only thing. No, it also does like a quadrillion goddamn damage. It's like the hardest hitting spell in this entire stupid raid, and it hits the entire room, and there's no range limit on it, so you just have to interrupt their Interrupting Shout, which is funny in and of itself. And so there's a point in the end of the third boss fight where there's like a million things going on. There's ads, there's 3 bosses, there's a whole bunch of shit. It's just all panic. And there's 3 Uruks you have to watch, and you don't have time to kill them. So you just have to watch them. And if they get their shouts off, everyone dies. Also, what's up, Cruiser Zero? How you doing? You know, we're raiding over here. We're having a good time. Just blasting some guys. What's the effect called where like when stuff goes in front of your screen, it just goes like you can see through it? I know there's like a name for that effect. I can't remember it, but they need to put that in this video game. That way I don't have to look at stuff all the time. That is something, a feature I want both DDO and Lotro to have. I'm getting charged. Translucent? No, it's like, there's like a thing. It's like occlusion or something. Overlay? Maybe. I'm not a game designer, but there's like a technical game word for when like there's a thing in front of the screen, so you make it transparent so you can see through it. Hold on, guys. Let me just grok it. I guess you do learn about the trolls because these guys do have a big slam. So if you don't, you have to be careful about the slam. Maybe we just chill. Don't have to do anything. We just hang out. I love being a debuffer, dude. I did my debuffs, so now I'm free. I technically could like heal as a secondary, but I really don't have any healing. My heal stat is bad.
What are they doing to that troll?
Halt! You will go no further. We will not allow you to interfere.
So my camera's like
with
kind of too
mother's
high.
work. Die
Lower that
like
just
the
a tiny
helpless
bit.
vermin you are. I remember.
There we go. Now the hair's not in frame as much. I don't know, I'll just slouch. That'll solve my problem. My lighting is also really bad. I gotta just like point a light in my eye sockets. I just get really fatigued doing that. I have a ring light just in the corner, but I get so fatigued staring at the ring light all day, so I just try not to do it. Okay, so this fight. So this is Malkorn. So Malkorn, yeah, Cindy Robinson voices everybody in this raid. There's a boss fight where she voices all of the characters. It's great. But so Malkorn, the way that he does this is that he summons mushrooms. There's two types of mushrooms: blighted mushrooms and cascading mushrooms. Blighted mushrooms explode, damaging the entire raid. So you want to make sure that we protect against that. Cascading mushrooms also explode, damaging the entire raid. But the cascading mushrooms, when the blighted mushrooms explode, they're gone. The cascading mushrooms keep going. That's why they're cascading. They get worse and worse the longer you leave them up. To get rid of them, the boss, he does like a slam on the tank and it blows them up. So we basically rotate around the boss, dropping mushrooms, then we rotate and the tank goes there and we kind of like rotate around the boss. However, there's another mechanic where every, I think it's like 45 seconds, he drops a puddle somewhere in the room. There's 6 parts to the room, so the room gets divided into 6. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's like 3 on this side and 3 on this side. When he drops a puddle, he gets a like 100% damage buff, and so you have to drag him into the puddle to remove it. So once that puddle pops up, we got to move him, and that's the entire fight. Why it gets dangerous is you have to use cooldowns for every blighted mushroom pop, so the healers are going to be alternating their cooldowns to make sure that they're keeping everybody up. If we're not interrupting the cascading mushrooms or debuffing them, they do way too much damage. When the puddle comes up, if we're not a good time to move, it gets really dangerous. And Malkorn, not only does he do a lot of damage, he has a group-wide slam, and it does damage the entire raid. If the slam and the blighted mushroom go off at the same time, we're basically dead. Unless people are properly doing everything and you have like shields and other stuff. So it gets kind of spooky. Oh, hey, how feasible is it to just level a first lifer with no VIP bonuses and doing normal only quests? Starting up DDO again, but I don't really feel like dropping 30 bucks for 2 subs just yet. I feel you on that one, Cruiser. A first lifer with normal only quests can level through the entire game. That's right. As long as you have quests to do, you can do the entire game on normal and level up. It gets easier if you also use some quests as normal hard elites. So like if you normal hard elite Kobold Ringleader, a really fast quest that gives you a bajillion XP as an example. All right, so I go in, I apply my debuff, I apply next debuff, I apply third debuff. Okay, And then we're hanging out. And now I'm just dealing bosses. And I'm just dealing damage at this point. First Blighted down. We need to debuff the Blighted. Okay, we got the Runekeeper did a bubble. See how everyone's almost dead? It's because there was a stomp and there was also the slam at the same bubble mushroom exploded at the same time. He also kills your pets constantly. It was very annoying. Second Blighted down. Okay, we lost somebody. Because they weren't at full health. Everybody needs to be at full health literally 100% of the time in this raid. In this boss fight. Move right. Unfortunately, the puddle spawned on him, which is why we stand here. He one-shot the Brawler. That's not good. Third Blighted down. I'm just gonna... I threw Ward Ring early. Okay, got 2 Cascadings. Fourth Blighted. Healing. Rotate left. Yep. And follow boss. Blighted 5. I apologize, I'm focusing. It's because this one is one of those, like, everyone just needs to be, like, really focused and tight together in these spaces. There's a lot of stuff happening. So I am kind of quiet as we're getting through this fight. Again, this one's not very hard, but it does require you to focus pretty much entirely. Because if you miss, like, a single debuff and then everybody dies and it's like, whoops, it's embarrassing. Yeah, rip it. Yeah, we do have 2 Cascadings. Oh, that's not good. Blighted 7. I'm not going to heal myself. Too late.
Break, roll, smash and crush. Rock.
Again, I'm quiet because I'm just focusing. I'm like listening to the calls.
Stone.
Blighted 9, I believe. No, it's 8. We keep losing people.
Rock smash.
Oh, I'm in the wrong spot. Oh, it's not good for me. We also keep losing our Runekeeper. I don't know how. I wonder if he might just have like low mitigations. Sometimes people like to go for as much offense as possible, blighted down. They like to go for as much offense as possible, so they will like forego defense, and it's not a great idea in this game. Even though there are a lot of DPS checks, but you gotta be careful. Alright, boss is dead. I didn't die. It's to do quest where it's easy enough to power through normal hard elite. Yeah, the it used to not be easy for you to level through normal difficulty, but even if you just like, as long as you're running expansions on a first life character, you'll be fine. The one thing you have to remember is that you just won't get any special gear. So and you'll also be running like every expansion. You'll run Salt Marsh, you'll run whatever. But one of the nice things about doing it on normal difficulty is it means you can play any build you want, because every build is good on normal. No matter how bad the numbers are, you can hit everything, you have enough damage for everything, it feels very satisfying. And those shit-eating, annoying low-level quests, like, again, Salt Marsh is the great example. Salt Marsh, in Salt Marsh, the monsters have like 100 quadrillion HP, and they're big packs of 20. On normal, you fight like 2 guys, and they have no HP. Ancient Script, baby. Ancient Script, hell yeah. Why did this go somewhere? New Finesse Bracer. Is that just strictly better? It's an upgrade. Does Literally seem like it still has a good long future? Yes, yes it does. Lord of the Rings Online, from my understanding, is doing very, very well in the eyes of Standing Stone Games. They have like a long future set up in terms of like the story that they've got going on. They keep adding new features, and they're like adding more. They're doing like you can tell that the game is doing well because they're revamping and touching up older things, which you don't do when you're losing money. You do that when you've got extra money to burn, so you touch up the old things.
Terrible power deep below us.
Let me put it to you like this. Lord of the Rings Online has enough money that they're making PvP adjustments and focusing on the PvP.
As you wish, mother. Children of Cyrus, attack!
And when your MMORPG is not in the green, usually they ignore the PvP because that's only something a niche part of the player base is engaging in anyway. So there's that. It's fun. It's really neat. They have enough money. Like, if they were scrapping at the bit to make sure that they could afford to pay for the game, like if they were like going under or like in dire straits, they wouldn't be updating the PvP. That's what I mean. Greedy, increasing the prices? Yeah, that too. I mean, they also haven't increased the prices in 17 years. Here's the thing. I would be more upset about the price increase if it wasn't for the fact that I don't have to pay for it. The fact that I don't have to pay for it means I don't really care that much. So. Because I am SSG's special little boy, so they just give me all this stuff for free, which is nice. Yeah, I got my first scheduled legendary content with your Dampier Sork build. Ooh, like the Eldritch Knight, like the melee one. That's awesome, Zashmir. I'm really glad to hear that. I hope it's been going well for you. You should be excited if you like Dampier and you think it's cool. The next character... Sorry, that was rude. The next character I'm going to be playing is also a Dampier, and I plan to make a full guide for it. It's a Dampier. Constitution-based. Assassin. Rogue. Vanguard. Build. That was my bad. I was not paying attention. Yeah, the Lotro. So the Lord of the Rings sub price is not increasing, so it's still going to be $15 a month. But they have never touched the price of the month-to-month sub. Oh my god, Izzy, you don't have time to do all this. But they have never touched the what do you call it? The yearly sub price, or sorry, that like if you buy like the multiple months. And so instead of the it was $15 a month for 1 month, but a year would only cost you $8.33 because it was $100 for the year. They're now changing it so that it will be like still a discount, but not as much of a discount. So the $15 a month is staying. It's not going anywhere. But now it's like $14 a month if you buy 3 months, and it's like $13.50 if you buy 4 months, and it's like $13 if you buy 12 months. Again, I'm in the same camp that it's like kind of a reasonable price increase. But also, some people don't like price increase ever. I was on the business side of things for some of the companies that I worked for, and so I'm used to dealing with like price increase. As I mentioned before, one of the worst days when I used to work in sales was price increase day, because it happened every year. Corporate says, hey, by the way, we're raising prices by X amount, go tell all your customers, and you're like, fuck, and you have to go deal with all those phone calls. You really, like, those are the worst phone calls, dude. I hated those phone calls. You call a guy and be like, hey, by the way, your price is going on this is going up from like, you know, by 1%, so it's gonna go from this to this. They're like, this is some horse shit. You know, I've been with your company like buying things for like 10 years, and you're gonna do this to me? And you're like, yeah, I know. I called you last year and we had this conversation. And some people would fight about it and have like legitimate standing because they would have like a big enough business and be like, no, I'm not gonna deal with that. I'm gonna take my $200,000 to another company. And you're like, okay, hold on.
You are worthy.
Let's talk about it.
Come forward
Let's talk
and
about it.
face the full might of
It's like the
beast
power that
of
a lot of people wish they wield. You know how you'll like go online and you'll see people complain about something and they'll be like, well, if they don't make this change, I'm going to take my business elsewhere, because they like believe that they have all the power in the world. I'm going to die. I was mid animation. I couldn't cleanse it. And so the, people have that kind of like those delusions of grandeur, but they're like, well, I'm going to take my business elsewhere. And they believe that their one single vote will like impact everybody. And that's sometimes the case. I think you should always advocate for yourself. I'm not saying that consumers don't have the ability or shouldn't advocate for their own self-interest or for the things that they think is going to be better for themselves. That being said, people act like they are like these big business owners who are like buying, you know, a ton of things when they're not. I still remember I was like working at a grocery store, and there was a it was like a customer who came in, and they were like upset that something that they liked that we sold, we didn't sell anymore. And I was like, oh yeah, I'm really sorry to hear that. And they're like, well, I've been shopping here for like X number of years, and since you guys aren't going to bring back whatever, I'm never giving it. What the hell? I cleansed it. Whatever. I hate this game. And they'd be like, yeah, I'm never giving you business ever again. I'm leaving. I'm like, dude, I make minimum wage, so I don't know why you're complaining to me. And also, okie doke, see ya. I buy all my milk here, and you guys don't no longer stock the milk that I like? This is ridiculous. Change it. Sometimes they can, but also it's like, hey man, you buy a liter of milk every 7 days. Buy 500 liters of milk every day, and now we'll talk.
I would prefer we simply crush them and be done with it. But if that is your wish, you may have your.
All right, so this fight is going to be difficult to explain because there's a lot of stuff that happens at the same time.
Choose which of us they would fight.
I'm going to do my best to explain it. So, you have 3 bosses: Blood Sorcerer Sagaris, Commander Mornang, and Crucier the Night Shadow. You have to fight all 3. You have to fight them down to 33% health. The order in which you fight them determines how powerful they are. They get more powerful the longer you wait to fight them. So we fight Crucier first, then Commander Mornang, and then we leave Agaris for last. Additionally, whichever one you don't fight adds effects to the rest of the fight. So because we are not fighting Agaris or Mornang, there will be Morville that are going to jump down off the walls here and attack us, as well as this blood orb that appears that does a whole bunch of damage and is really spooky and scary. So the solution to this problem is we're just going to start here, and we're going to kill her. Each one has their own individual mechanics. I think it's probably going to be easier for me to explain it while it's actually physically happening, because it's going to be difficult when to be like, yeah, and there's this room here and there's whatever. All you need to know is when each of them are down to 33%, you then have to fight all three at the same time, but all of them are fully maxed. They have all of their abilities at the maximum value, and it goes real crazy real fast. So the fight's not too bad until you get to the last bit and you realize, oh, we're cooked. Now what you can do is you can turtle it out, but you can't turtle it out because there's a hardened range of this fight. I believe it's 10 minutes. So if you get to 10 minutes, all the bosses get 1,000% increase in damage and you die. It's awesome. Champion or Hunter, mostly a solo player. Hunter is the most popular class in the game, and for good reason. It is the best solo class. It's got the it's got the extra movement speed while you're out of combat. It's got the ability to summon traps. It kills stuff at range, so you don't really have to get into range with monsters, which is already inherently nice. However, it doesn't have like the class fantasy that you might be looking for in a Lord of the Rings game, whereas Champion is much more towards that class fantasy. Get in, slap some people, have a good time. For the record, every class in the game is currently very good at solo. The ones that are the fastest and strongest are Lore Master, Minstrel, and Hunter. They're all ranged, high damage characters, so they're all really good. Oh yeah, what's this? Also, you are son, Uruk. Anyway, I'll be back in just a minute. I gotta use the washroom because I gotta do that in the living room. Turn short.
Get me out of this hellhole!
Quest received.
The Raiders stream took a quick step away from the keyboard. Yeah, I did. What's up, everybody? Yeah, sorry, I had to use the bathroom, and now I'm back after using the bathroom. I'm not gonna fill in the details because I not gonna. But yeah, what's up, everybody? It's so hot in this room. Oh my god. I'm gonna open a little bit. How you take break like a normal human? Huh? Bathroom? I haven't gotten my my Razer RGB gaming catheter yet. I will someday. It'll make it easier. Yeah, we're just waiting because somebody has to take a break. One of our players has like a thing they have to do at 9 every single day. But yeah, so I'll do my best to explain this boss fight. Basically, there's 3 bosses. The first boss, her big mechanics is that she summons these other Morvul that have these debilitating moves, and she also does a bleed attack. So she will come down and she applies a poison. Then she summons 2 adds that target both the healers and their assassins. The healers then cannot do anything until the assassins are killed. And if the assassins, they have like a cast going on, if they finish their cast, the healers die, so you have to kill them quick. Then she also summons these stalkers, and then these invisible Morvul that come in that apply this Giga Bleed that will kill the entire raid. So we just stun them and kill them. So pretty much just hit the boss when the ads come in, hit the ads, and we move on. There's Commander Mornang. Commander Mornang is also ad based. It has 2 different sets of ads. The first one is more Morvul. Morvul, by the way, are basically like these kind of like harpy type creatures, these like bat ladies. And so they're armored Morvul, and they have a thing where they have a cast where they charge around and interrupt everybody and knock people around, so we have to stun that. And then she summons the Saragost Black Uruks. The Black Uruks, as I mentioned, they have the Interrupting Shout. Interrupting Shout does 1/3 of the entire raid's health, and there's 3 of them. If all 3 get their shouts off, we wipe. So the solution here instead is we mark them. So I have the keybound, I have it keybound. So I go like mark, mark, mark. So I like, if this is like the Uruk, I go like doot, 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 like so, and I mark all 3 of them. And then we have 3 different players that are all, like they have their marked target to, it's their job to interrupt the Uruks. We do that to the non-DPS because we don't want to kill the Uruks, because if we kill them, she's going to summon more. So we're just going to have like these supports kind of take care of it and get them. Outside of that, she also does like a weapon snatch where she takes everybody's weapons and then they go around the outside of the room. When your weapon gets smashed, you literally can't do anything. You have no attack. You can't do any damage. You can't do any healing. So you have to go get your weapon. So it gets a little clustery during that section. And then we knock her down. And then third boss, her big thing is she does a blood drain. So she like heals really heavily. So you have to keep incoming healing reduction on her. And then on top of that, she does like a blood pool. So she'll start casting and then everyone gets a debuff and it's a damage over time. But when you heal it, you drop a blood pool on the ground. So what we do is we pretty much gather around the wall. We get everyone to stack up. She drops the blood debuff on everybody. We heal to get the pools to drop, and then we get out of them. She also chooses one person, and she has a skill called Beckon, where she wants to pull one person to them. You don't go to her. Instead, you run away and do the opposite, and she tears out a part of your soul. We slow that part of the soul, because if it gets to her, she gets a damage bump, and I think it's also gives a defense bump. It's been such a long time since she's actually eaten one, so I don't know. But we slow it so it never gets to her, and then she doesn't get to eat it. And the last thing that she does is she also summons a bunch of blood. These little blood droplets that spawn all the way around the edge of the room. And so you kind of just gather together, the blood come in, and they all start casting. When they cast, they're casting an explosion effect, so you just run out away from them once they start casting. You just don't stun them. If you stun any of them, it interrupts their cast, and then they will come back and keep chasing you. So that's another thing. So you got to keep careful about that. And then, once she's dead, all 3 are here. All of the abilities I just described, all of the bosses use all of the abilities the entire time. It's a nightmare. I'm very excited about this. But yeah, so the trick that we have is we kill Blood Sorceress Agris as soon as possible. We want to kill her before she uses her first blood drop, because if we have puddles everywhere, it makes the fight way harder. So we want to kill her right away. Then we move on to Commander Morning, and then, or sorry, Night Stalker, and then we move on to Commander Morning last. Night Stalker is dangerous, so we actually have to time our cleanses because she applies 3 poisons. So we actually have an order of like cleanse first, then cleanse second, then cleanse third to get the whole group, because there's so many poisons, it's a lot of damage. Commander Morning only summons adds if she's alive. She hits hard, but that's about it. So she's actually relatively manageable. So it's kill her, then kill her, then kill her. The trolls will also spawn, and so it's myself and the burglar will mez the trolls. We try to get them before they actually get in the room, so back here, so that way they don't come in. And then once the trolls do come in, we have one tank grab the trolls and move them off to the side, and then we kind of hit everything else. If everything goes smoothly, it should be a bit of a cluster at the beginning with a bunch of shit falling and just like the spots where you can't stand and all sorts of stuff. But if Agris dies, it calms down a lot, and as long as we keep on the Uruks, it calms down a lot, but we have to wait and see. I wish they would put DDO in an epic reincarnation option that auto take what I took last time and fast level up. Yeah, everybody does. They got to do what they did in Path of Exile 2, where you can import a build, but in DDO. Also, thank you for the kind words, Munchie Dog. I also like this part of the raid. We are doing, I remember like the progression going through here and trying to get through this the first time, and it was a lot of fun. It was also frustrating, but also a lot of fun at the same time of like trying to figure out exactly what to do and what's going wrong. And the only issue I really have with this fight is that the final part is so much harder than the rest of it. And it also has so much... Sorry, I got a Discord message. There's so much happening at the same time, it's hard to identify where you're making mistakes and why you're actually dying. But I actually do have an answer. After running this raid, I don't know how many times, I think I've probably wiped in this boss like 200 times. The answer to why you wipe is these guys. It's always the Uruks that kill you. Every time. You don't stop interrupting Shout, they interrupt you back in time. So what's up, Death Drummer? I haven't watched the YouTube video on the 20 years of DDO. I want to watch it on stream. I just haven't watched it yet. I haven't found the right time to do it. Because I want to do it last week, but last week was like my week back, so I didn't want to do like a React Andy piece of content on my week back. And this week, I have like some shorter streams just due to some miscellaneous extraneous things that I have going on in my life. So next week I would like to do it. That would be ideal. Okay. I'm excited. New boss fight. Don John. Is that a brawler? Dwarf? What the hell? Is that a stout axe too? Damn, that's crazy. Boss 3? Boss 3. Old Boss 3. I really like this boss. I think it's great. Excellent job. So basically what I do here is I get all my debuffs up on the boss, and then I kind of just like do everything I can to get as much just incoming hits and what have you. I'm trying to make sure I always have Ancient Master stacks, so that way once the Morval Assassins come in, I can go boom, and make sure they get properly debuffed so they're taking extra damage and spreading the Empowered Windlore. And then I'm just going to AoE off the boss currently. I don't really need to do a lot of damage. Yep, Airlore's in. Okay, and then the Stalkers are in. So I hit him with the Bane Flare. The Bane Flare allows me to just kind of prevent them from actually casting their really dangerous spell. They cast like a bleed, all those Stalkers, and it's really, really dangerous. It's really bad. I was actually a little bit out of it. I used an Ancient Master stack that I usually didn't have to, because one of our tanks requested a spell they don't usually get from me. But it's fine. So I had hit him with the Airlore, which ate an Ancient Master stack. Okay. And now we really have to kill this. We're like behind on DPS. Could have been bad. Also, I don't know why I didn't do this. Did very well. I really like it. Yeah, I want to watch it. I'm really curious to see what's actually going to be in it. All right. Now, and gonna debuff Morning, but now it's the second part of this, which is the making sure I'm #1 crowd controlling all of the ads when they come in. So it's gonna be very important. Make sure I'm hitting each one. So they're in. And then I'm going to try to Bane Flare them. And then I'm marking the Uruks. Uruks are marked. So that way everybody knows which Uruk they're supposed to get. Okay, and I'm going to keep on my Uruk and kick the Interrupting Shout so it doesn't do anything. And then just kind of follow up. And so I was able to mark the Uruks, so that way they couldn't actually cast all their spells. I was able to interrupt the Armored Moraville, so they couldn't do the big knockback. And then we kind of just go from there. And one of our tanks died. The boss DPS is like, or the boss damage in here can get really crazy. So you have to be a little mindful about that. I also try to make sure I have an ability called Wizard's Frost. It allows me to reduce induction skills or induction speed by 30%. So try to make sure I keep that up 100% of the time. But it's not always up 100% of the time, even though that is something that I would like. Also, if I want to contribute more DPS, I could be like full hard targeting the boss. But I want to make sure I have like my guy targeted at all times, so I don't miss a kick like that. So one of the things you can do is a skill called what the community calls H-boxing, where basically if you hover over an enemy and get a tooltip of them, you can press H and it keeps the tooltip on screen. So if I notice my guy is casting, I can now target the boss full time to do damage to her and increase just the rate at which we get through it. Also, our DPS is really far behind for some reason, and still get the kicks. Yeah, I don't know why our DPS is so far behind. Like what's going on?
I must retreat for now.
Oh, warning, Lore's not going to save us. We might have enough reses to get through this. I don't know. But our DPS was really good on boss 1 and boss 2. We were ahead of schedule, so I don't know. You guys AFK? I don't think anybody's AFK. Is somebody AFK? Maybe. Hit the wall. Me, I'm AFK? True. We're all AFK together. Could also be me. I could be AFK. Yeah, you get the beacon, you gotta get out, and then we slow the life force. And then that way it doesn't get to the boss. And then basically you just want to do as much damage as you can in this section to Phaser, because the longer we take, the less time we have towards the enrage. Move. And then they all drop more puddles. Fortunately, even though the puddles are dangerous and the explosions are dangerous, the bosses clean up the puddles most of the time when it phase transitions. It doesn't always do that, but it's supposed to do it every time. But sometimes you'll just have puddles everywhere and it's basically just a wipe. But it's supposed to clean up every single time. And for the mushroom boss, the mushroom boss is at the end. He's pretty big. He's a big guy.
Cannot resist me.
Anyway, then I'm just beating the boss. Uh-oh. Oh, mute. Oh god. I was not in the right spot. Okay. I was paying attention to something else. But yeah, we're like giga behind on this boss. So where are we at for time? We're at 6 minutes and 30 seconds. Actually, I shouldn't do that. No, Sikitar. That's bad. Everybody's alive, though. Okay, get away from the blood. We might be okay. Like 3 minutes is enough to beat this boss fight. So like, I don't know.
Delicious.
All right, here we go. Also, what's up, Cosine? How you doing? How's your day? I missed your message. Usually when I stop streaming DDO, the YouTube chat slows to a 0 crawl, so I end up paying less attention to it. Because I hate the YouTube chat. I'm just kidding. Okay, and then we have the final phase.
How can this be? They have defeated us all. Perhaps
Now we gotta deal with all 3. We also let our Guardian die. He has the debuffs in here last for way too long, and so the way we do it is we'd have one of our tanks stack up all the debuffs and then just die. And with this, both trim.
Morgul, darken the skies. Come.
Okay. Urix are coming.
Find your marks.
Okay. Okay, stop the interrupting shout. Trolls. Got one of them, but I did not get both. Oh my god, I got my Uruk. Sick. Thank you, game. We're taking a lot of damage. Wall. Got the heal, unfortunately. It was so close, but you got a heal. Yeah. Damn, she got the heal at like 1%. That sucks.
You were nothing. An easy kill.
Unfortunate. So that's basically what happens in the final phase there. Oh. Sorry, somebody in the raid, I think, is like on the phone and their phone call was coming through, so I server muted them. That's why I panicked midway through the raid. I like literally heard somebody talking on the phone. I'm like, oh, no, that's probably not good. Maybe because they're not on push to talk, I don't know. I mean, sometimes you get a phone call. It is what it is, but you don't want to hear that. PoE2 patch day has some actual big changes as far as builds go. There's a PoE2 patch. Qu'est-ce que c'est? It's not on Steam. I hate that the patch notes don't go to Steam. It just says what we're working on. I'm like, dude, I don't need what we're working on. I need what was worked on. Do you have a link to the patch notes, Lotil, if you're staring at them? Thank you. Yeah, I server muted him just in case. Let's see. Added 24 passive skills to the top section of the Atlas passive ski tree. Okay. You guys liking the direction that PoE2 is going? Okay, so yes. The answer to that is yes. Sorry, I am not the biggest PoE2 enjoyer because I'm a PoE1 enjoyer, and it's not that I don't like PoE2 because I think the game is slow, or I don't like the pace, or I don't like the way the game feels. It's actually not like that. It's the little itty-bitty math differences and how things are calculated that I really have difficulty wrapping my brain around. But I actually really like the game. I like that it's more cinematic. I really like the campaign. I really like the story. I am in the camp that I'm convinced that Path of Exile 2 is a prequel because of the way that things are being said. I'm convinced. Yeah, I really like what they've done with it. I like how broad they've made everything. People were like, dude, there's no good uniques and there's not a lot of good options. And now there are so many lineage gems and the different idols and all the different things in the tree, and there's classes that have different trees. The new martial artist where every glove is now 2 gloves. Oh yeah, dude. I mentioned this before, but like, so there's one of my favorite weapons in PoE1 is Doomfletch. Doomfletch is good. I just love Doomfletch. It's just fun. It's a bow that gives you, you know what Doomfletch does. You're a Path of Exile player, but it's the 100% of Fizz as all elements. I've just liked using it. It's been power crept, and you can't really use it as much in modern PoE. You can still do some stuff. I played there's a gem called, I think it's Bloodlust, that makes it so you get, while on low life, 2% of your maximum life as added flat Fizz. And you can do some wacky stuff with that and some life stacking to actually get some damage on that bow. Anyway, so, but I played it a bunch. It's one of my favorite items from back in the day, back when you used to get it from Prophecy League with Doomfletch's Prism. It was just a really good bow. And it's in PoE2, so I wanted to use it in PoE2. Well, there's a bit of a problem because of the way the game calculates stuff. Unfortunately, due to the nature of calculations in PoE2, the way that it happens is that if you use any elemental bow skills, the game will go, okay, Lightning Arrow, convert 80% of Fizz to Lightning, and then Doomfletch only works on the remaining 20% of the physical damage that's there. Which on the one hand means that, like, that kind of makes sense, so you don't have, like, the PoE1, everything scales off of Fizz, and you're just multiplying everything by another multiplier, by another multiplier, by another multiplier, which I inherently don't hate, if I'm being totally honest with you. I kind of understand where they're coming from with that. But it does have the opposite effect of Doomfletch is completely fucking useless, dude. That bow is completely useless. Because the way that Doomfletch worked in the past is like, oh, you can just add all this extra damage. Well, now you have to use a pure physical bow skill, and all the pure physical bow skills are really bad and unfun. Rain of Arrows in PoE1 is like really chunky. You just drop the Rain of Arrows. In PoE2, it's like, here's some itty bitty pitter patter of arrows that like don't do anything and don't really help your character contribute. Awesome. Or you can have Spiral Volley. I actually really like Spiral Volley. You need to generate frenzy charges, and the only way to generate frenzy charges is to freeze stuff, and freezing stuff is not easy when you don't do a lot of cold damage, especially when you split your damage. So that's annoying. The other best bow attack in the entire game? Bow shot. So those are your options if you want to Doomfletch, and it makes me sad, dude. Basically my favorite item in Path of Exile, I can't really use. I'm like, just sad about it. I'm mad. Uruk. Where's the third Uruk? He went here. Thank you for cutting that for me, team. Oh, I don't think I got all 3 of them. But yeah, so that's pretty much, I need to wrap my brain around the fact that, like, that's just not how PoE2 works. And that's fair. I actually really like the fact that it's a lot simpler in the sense of, like, oh, if a skill says add fire damage or, like, increases to fire damage or whatever, it just works with things that do fire, and it doesn't work with things that don't do fire. So if you convert a skill from Fizz to fire, it just works with fire. Like, okay, I can get behind that. You know, that is at least clear and easy to understand. It's easier for the regular person. But yeah, my brain that likes to do the stupid PoE math of like, but I convert this to this, then I convert this to this, and I convert to this, and I get all the damage, and this like sing-songy back and forth, and the fact that it doesn't really work like that in PoE2, I just need to wrap my head around it. I don't think it's a bad piece of game design. It's just how my brain thinks about it. Cold Wire attunement support gems no longer are no longer limited to supporting just attacks. These now gain damage as cold, lightning, or fire, respectively. Oh!
I must retreat.
Those work on spells now?
Allow me to show you how it is done, sisters.
Dude. He died. That's interesting. Because the build that I'm currently playing is pure lightning. So that's just on all my gems, 25% more multiplier of damage. Well, it's not 25% more because it's additive with your other percentage added things. But the big difference is my gear sucks ass. So what I want to have is I want a staff that has damage added as lightning, but I don't have one. I didn't manage to hit it. I got spell damage, I got lightning damage, I got basically everything else, but I somehow didn't manage to hit damage as lightning, so I actually don't have that stat. So that would just be 25% more damage from me. We got another death. I don't like that. More conversation, private conversation during a raid. Yes, I think that's more of the thing. It happens. We've all done it. Oh, is that added at the last step? Is it just a 25% more multiplier? I still want to try that new skill gem, or not new skill gem, the bow periphery. But I think it's expensive. We were checking it yesterday. It was like a few divs. I mean, okay, a few divs is not that expensive anymore in PoE 2, considering they just like super up the drop rates. I was complaining about it, but I have like 7 divs now, just from playing the game. Stack, stack, stack. Okay, move.
Powerful to morsels, aren't you? How can this be? They are defeated us all.
It dies. Perfect. All right, final phase. I am no longer reading chat. I'm focusing.
Then let us face them together.
I am focusing. I am the most focused. Okay. Nope, you can't distract me. You can show a squirrel all you want.
None of you.
Rooks.
Mortals are so fragile.
Why did we lose 2 people? And trolls?
You were nothing.
We missed the trolls. Damn. And we got him in. Oh god, the Uruks are coming. No. Anyway. What do you think about the difficulty of in-game raids for Lotra? I'm barely 44 in main character, but I did a lot of raiding other MMOs. Okay, so my experience of raiding is, in terms of hard raiding, Dungeons & Dragons Online, which does not have the same type of raids, up to current rating. I played World of Warcraft Warlords of Draenor when Mythic raiding was a thing, because I was in a competitive Mythic raiding group. And then there was also, I played Final Fantasy Heavensward, and I did Savage raiding in that game. I have not done any hard raiding on any other games since then, because I'm in my 30s, and I'm a casual now, and that's what happens. However, as far as the difficulty in Lotro raids, it's very hit or miss. Lotro has fewer like bosses per raid. They have smaller raids, and there's less raid content. So as a result, the goal is to have it be really good. When the raid is really good and it hits well, you get like a well-balanced, competent raid that feels good. If you don't, that's your only raid for the tier. And they're kind of hit or miss sometimes. For example, this raid is phenomenal. It is challenging, but it's not so challenging that you can't do it. It's that like you get punished and might lose because people aren't doing mechanics on. This is not tier 1. This is tier 2. So this is basically the tier that drops all of the normal gear you're supposed to get. The game has 3 raid tiers. Tier 1, which is your difficulty. Tier 2, which is like, or tier 1 is like starter intro. Tier 2 is the, hey, this is the harder mode of the raid. But you get all the gear. This is where you get the set bonuses, where you get whatever. And then tier 3 is the, you're not supposed to beat this tier. So it's not meant to be like a, it's not designed with that like completion in mind. It's meant to be like, if you beat it, it's like you can everyone bow down before you because you're incredible. This current raid is quite good. I enjoy quite a bit. I think they did a really good job with the balance. I think all the fights are good. They did a really good job. It's engaging, but it's not overly punishing. It's not impossible. Oh, I forgot about Destiny rating. Yeah, I do Destiny rating as well. I always forget about Destiny. How could I forget about Destiny? By contrast, the last raid was pretty good. It was fine. And the raid before that had one of the best fights in the entire history of the entire game. And other than that, was pretty bad. So, it is a bit of a mixed bag, I would say, overall. If you're somebody who wants to get into hardcore raiding, the Lord of the Rings Online raids are generally quite challenging, and or they can be generally quite challenging, and you will find a lot of like there are some try-hard groups that work really hard to make sure they get the raids on the hardest difficulty, but it's not the hardest mythic raids, and they're not the hardest savage raids. This game is not as hard as Final Fantasy XIV, and this game is not as hard as World of Warcraft. They're late. Okay, I got 3 down. Got it. I hate when that happens. They just like didn't do what they're supposed to do. Very annoying. Ryan. Okay, we got that. This guy's immune, unfortunately. I have no stun for this. Ugh.
None of you are safe from my... Them! Target them, sisters!
We died there because I don't know what causes it. There's a weird bug where there's basically these stalkers that are supposed to run in and attack you. And sometimes they just don't. I don't know what causes it, but sometimes they literally just don't come in, and then you're just twisting in the wind, and it's very annoying. It's a weird bug. I don't know what causes it. It doesn't happen all the time. It's probably like 1 in every 20 pulls, but it's annoying. I think PoE2 is overheating my PC with the heat of summer starting to hit. There is actually a trick to that, Fairy. What you do is you get long cables, okay, and you, so like let's say you're like your Ethernet cable, your power cable, get all your cables, get them nice and long, put the computer in another room, and then put your monitors and your keyboard in your room, and then run the cables, like drill a hole in the wall, put the cables through the wall. Now that other room is hot and your room is cold. Problem solved. Also, you live in Colorado. Just go get some like ice and snow or whatever, and then put it in the computer. Do you think there is a Lotro raid that is better than any other raid in another game? Yeah, for sure. Because there's a lot of bad raids in WoW, and there's a lot of like annoying, like unfun raids in Final Fantasy XIV as well. Even just looking at like those are the big ones. I would say that there's definitely like a spectrum of the raids, but there definitely are some standout raids. I think this raid is quite good. I don't think this is the best raid we've ever gotten. One of the best raids we've ever gotten is a raid called where is it? Where's Gwathrenost? Gwathrenost, the Witch King Citadel, which was the final raid of the Gundabad expansion, was a fucking banger. Every boss was good. Every boss was really hard. It was really rewarding. There was a lot of comps you could run. Everybody was running different comps to try to beat it. It was really, really good. That's how you can tell when the raid situation is good, is when there's a lot of comps. It's not just like, oh, people are running one strat. It's that everybody has a different idea. And that raid just like was great. Oddly enough, people actually do run Gwathrenost, although I do not know why. You're just mad because you instantly died to the second boss. Fire Arcade, Minstrel. Yeah, the only downside, and this is the only mar against that raid, is that the second boss, if you're playing a tactical class, for reasons I cannot understand, the boss will, without any animation, put up a buff on themselves that reflects 100% of magic damage. So, if you play a magic class, they show up. Good, we got one off. But yeah, they run, you play a tactical character, and the boss puts the buff up, and you literally just instantly die. You explode. Yeah, these are horrible. I can't do anything here.
Sing for them,
Yeah.
Caesars. Let their blood flow freely.
Yeah, this opening section is being really bad for the RNG.
Find your marks.
But why? I have no idea.
Quickly, target the weak
It wasn't my boss. Everybody complained about it. It's literally if you play a dot class, a magic dot class, so Runekeeper, Lore Master, you couldn't do it. And then Minstrel, because Minstrel damage is so high, and especially the crits, if the boss puts up its effect and you don't that millisecond notice, you hit the boss, you crit, and you die. Just like that. It was the second boss. He's also in the original Carn-Dûm. I'm trying to remember his name. Gwathrenost. Gwathrenost Lochero. Gwathrenost, the Witch King Citadel. He's the same guy. It's not Garak. Castellan. No, that's the system. Castellan Obeshers. Oh my god. For the record, I that boss is really cool. I really think that boss is cool. Really, really cool boss fight. Everything else about the boss fight's absolutely immaculate. I love it. The lights coming in the side of the room was sick. Lots of stuff. But yeah, Castellan Obeshers. He just has this thing where he puts up a reflection effect where he reflects only tactical damage.
My blades are sharp, but my poisons are
It is
even
completely
more.
baffling to me. If it was like a 5% reflect, and maybe it's been nerfed at some point, because I haven't done Gwathrenost since, like, obviously it's not a common raid, because it's not an endgame. So it's been a while. Maybe it's been nerfed or adjusted, but like, yeah, that shit was wacky. The Minstrels would always explode. Because Minstrel, fun fact, was the #1 DPS class during Gwathrenost. So your raid would have 1 or 2 Minstrels every time, and every time that buff would come up, usually both of them would explode. Yes, and also if you're a lightning or if you're a fire arcade, you just died because the dots would kill you. Yeah, it was 100% death. We didn't run fire arcade during that fight because you just died.
Morgul, darken the sky.
Okay, debuff. Bane Flare.
None of you are safe from
None
my
of you are safe. But yeah. Other than that, though, dude, the second last boss fight where you have like the guy, the Hillman chieftain, and like the Angmarim lady, and then I still remember the first time doing it with the big reveal where it's like, oh, the final boss is the crystal, and that crystal was a motherfucker. Really cool boss fight. Again, honestly, like top tier. Excellent job. And again, this is why it's like hit or miss. One of the worst raids in the history of the game is the raid that came right before it, which was the Hidden Horde of Habanaka, which features a giant dragon as a boss. So you think, well, it's got to be sick. It's got a giant dragon as its final boss. And listen, I would really want that to be true. But that raid is ass. The first boss fight sucks. The second boss fight sucks. The final boss fight is 45 minutes. Like, and you might be like, 45 minutes? Really? Yeah, 45 minutes. I'm not making that up. It's the reason why I can't rate the what do you call it? The Umbar raid as highly. Even though I really like it, the problem with the Umbar raid is that it was just too long. The final boss was like a 2-hour boss or like an hour-long boss fight, which like it just doesn't need to be. Which was also the same problem that like a lot of the boss fights had that. That's why I don't know what happened if it was like in office, where whoever was like heading up the raid team was like, okay, each person, here is your enrage timer for your fight from the outset. Now make your fight. If that's how it was designed, excellent. Like, again, I don't know. This is all speculation on my part, but like the fights in this raid are all very, very well timed. The raid, the enrages feel appropriate, but also it doesn't feel like you spend the entire life in the raid. So we're like getting murdered here. Yeah, we're good.
I must retreat.
Yeah.
For now.
I can't remember the name of the raid off the top of my head.
Allow me to show you how it is done, sisters.
Can't remember. I would like to tell you and be like, yeah, man, the old raids were like the best raids ever. Like the Rift was like the best raid that SSG's ever, or like Lord of the Rings Online has ever seen. Really cool. The fact that they like went in and were like, hey, by the way, you're gonna fight a Balrog as one of your like final raid bosses. Really cool, really sick idea. They did an excellent job with that. But that raid does not hold up to the test of time. It's cool, but it's not hard. I remember when they did the legendary servers, which is basically like these time locked servers where the level cap is locked at a lower point, and the game has been rebalanced around those points, so you can actually do the end game content as it was. So if you're somebody who's never played before, instead of playing on the current server with the current level cap, you can play on Angmar, which is locked to level 105, which means you can now go do one of the best raids in the history of the game, the Throne of the Dread Terror, which is the raid at level 105.
Quest received.
Throne of the Dread Terror is it's just straight up. It's one of the coolest set pieces in the game. Every boss fight, no, that's not true. Almost every boss fight's really, really, really good. The story is excellent. It's also like a very, very Lotro raid. The reason why I say that is Lord of the Rings Online is extremely faithful to the source material of the Lord of the Rings. The people that like make the game are huge Lord of the Rings nerds. It's very important to keep everything like on the up and up. So pretty much every single thing that happens in this game is super, super lore friendly. However, they also, it's a video game with its own individual story. They have like unique characters and new things that you can experience. And the Throne of the Dread Terror is all based around a character who has thematic reason to be there, but is also a unique character to the Lord of the Rings, but is also a character where like you can look at it and go, actually, it makes sense. Like it fits in with the original story, and especially when they expand on it, it's just good. It's just good. It just keeps going. All right, final boss fight. Focus time. I am currently focusing. I'm not reading chat. Very unfortunate. Is the wooden fish stick considered a wooden weapon for the purpose of shillelagh? I don't know.
Then let us face them together.
Are they? I don't know. Okay.
Weak! Morgul, darken the skies! Legion, your commander calls!
If it doesn't say what, it doesn't count.
Poison!
Rubrics are coming. Opening a shout. Trolls. Okay, heal south. I have no idea where my Rick is, dude. There he is. I got him. Dropping shouts. Dropping warding. Agris is at 15%. That's a wipe. This is 100% a wipe, dude. This is wipe city, man. And we're dead. And some point I'll report in. I mean, I could just tell you. EDO frozen fish stick.
You
The frozen fish stick is steel. So no, you can't. Thanks so much for the stream. I have working on some coding stuff, but I'll tune back in anytime, Munchie Dog. And just to make sure you know, in case you're still here, you might not be, but in case you're still here, I am not a full-time Lord of the Rings online live streamer. I'm a Dungeons and Dragons online live streamer, which is the other game made by the same company that makes this one. So I am very knowledgeable about both games. I've been playing both since the beta of both games because learning new things is hard. I'd rather do the things I already have been doing. But just want to make sure put that out there. If you're like, oh, can't wait to see more Lord of the Rings content, you will sparingly. I'm mostly a DDO guy. Dungeons and Dragons and online. It's a fish? I mean, why would it be made of wood, though? Why would you be able to shillelagh a fish? Wait. Oh, hold on, Cruiser. Are you saying what I think you're saying? Are you saying you look at the fish and then you say wood? So you think that's it? I know, listen, I've seen the fish. I'm just trying to keep on the same page here. Area stuff, but the user fan monetization at the time. I like watching videos on it. Yeah, I'm Stream Tom. I'm the biggest DDO video guy, so it's me. Yeah, it's a cool game. I understand why everybody doesn't get into it. I would like to tell you right now that the monetization is better, but I'm not going to tell you that. It's better insofar as for I think the 15-year anniversary. Was it the 15-year? Was it? No, it was Year of the Dragon. They made everything that is in the 5th edition book for Dungeons & Dragons free. So like Dragonborn became free, Gnome became free, Warlock, Druid, Monk, all these classes became free because it's in the 5th edition handbook. And they do like big giveaways and stuff. But, you know, they still have a long way to go to fix the monetization. That's not what you're saying? Okay. Well, listen, I'm trying to understand you, okay? I'm trying to be a good guy. Okay. The thing about the frozen fish stick is I think you're not understanding the frozen fish stick. It's not on a stick. It's a stick of fish. There's no stick. The fish is the fish stick. It's like a fish stick. It's frozen. Why steel? Why not bone? Because that's a hard ass fish. Honestly, it should be ice. It's frozen. Fun fact, ice weapons don't break on oozes. So you can hit them. Also, this item is sick. Okay, I love the fact that not only is it a fish, but also, look at this bad boy. And, Glaciation, Ice Lore, Insightful Impulse, Evocation Focus 2. Oh, it's a rare? Dude, it's a rare. Unbelievable. Well, I hope you already have one. That is like a horrible item. Oh no. Okay, good. So you're set. All right. Anyway, back to focusing on the important stuff. Path of Exile patch notes. Let's see. Waves no longer knock you back. Good. I hate these stupid waves. The stupid knockback waves literally knock you across the other side of the planet, and it's just frustrating. Good. Get rid of it. Throw it in the ocean. Garbage. The new elemental passive skills near Jewel Saga. That's... Oh, they're giving me new skills? Damn it. Logging in and out now preserves your heavy stun buildup. Locking out will now, while heavy stun will now restart the heavy stun animation when you log in again, unless you... Are people doing this? Dude, are people getting like heavy stunned, and then because they get heavy stunned, you can just like, it's like Dark Souls when you fall off a ledge, you like quit out and you quit and you log back in and you're fine. What the hell? Empowering infusion Notable passive skill, increased spell damage. You can consume elemental infusion. Recently, that's because infusions are bad. Infusion notive is duration because they're bad. Increased spell damage, you use infusion. Now values of 15 because it's bad. No longer just supporting attacks. Sick. Ice Bite is no longer just supporting attacks. What is Ice Bite and Innervate? Oh, Innervate can work on anything. Oh, yeah. Chayula no longer disables you from dealing elemental damage while active. Okay, I can't keep reading. I got raid. I have to pay attention. I don't want to though. Yeah, some of that stuff seems good. I'm gonna log in later and see what my character is looking like with some of the new changes. Is the patch live? Is that in the game already? Added cold for damage while freeze. Ooh, I don't freeze. Innervate is added cold or added lightning after you kill a shock target. But does Innervate apply globally to all your attacks? I forget. Or does it only apply to... Does Ice Bite and Innervate apply to all your attacks or only one? It like gives you a global buff, right?
Strike from the shadow sisters.
Yeah, buddy.
Morgul, darken the skies.
I think worthy.
None of you are
Yep. Got it. Oh. Never mind. I'm a god. I got the perfect timing on that ability. I got literally the perfect stun. Yeah, that's kind of cool. The maximum of Rhythm infusions you can have at once is now equal to the maximum number of any single type of infusion you can have. Oh shit, they're buffing Virizium infusions? I've actually been using the Virizium infusion skill because it's the only way to make infusions actually good. Oh man. Dude, this makes me want to play like
Your blades are sharp as well.
Oh god, I'm dying.
Let me show you this strength
No.
of the commander of the Lady of Light's forces.
All their healers are dead.
You went weak.
Oh god.
You went
Oh, our tank is dead. God damn it. Yeah, if our DPS is slow. Let's see. Yeah, the infusions are actually kind of good. I'm just glad they fixed Gemini Legionnaire so that once the gem attack grenade, they shut off the extra bonus ascendancy off quality. Actually gives the extra grenades it's supposed to. Oh yeah, right, because the Gemini Legionnaire has like every gem gets a different quality, right? Are you playing that one? Are you playing Gemling Legionnaire? Oh. Quality Mirage Archer and Artillery Ballista is functional. Yeah. Explosive Grenades, Storm Lance, and Plasma Blast are getting one less projectile from quality. Oh, that's a huge problem. Yep. Okay. Yep. I see it. Elite Abyss monsters have had their damage, loot, and experience lowered, while also much more significantly reducing the amount of life they had. I don't know how I feel about this, because I kind of built my character to deal with those Elite Abyss monsters, and I now have enough damage to kill them, which means that they're going to be easier, but I get less from them. Lightning Tendrils got nerfed. The skills that have begun to use with Zone of Divinity are now grayed out. Ronald the Meat Carver deals less damage. Captain Heartley injuries and boring stuff. Ancestral tattoos are now easier to find and a bunch of bug fixes.
Allow me to show you.
Man, I'm not smart enough for this. Where's my Zizaran patch note review video? I need a video gamer to explain the video game to me, please. That's actually one of the reasons why I make patch note review videos, is because I know that there's some percentage of people where they're like, I don't want to read the patch notes, but I will listen to somebody read them to me and then explain to me why they're good or bad. Can you please do that? Thanks. Four times damage and one upgrade? Hell yeah, dude. I love that. Give me the 4 times damage. Okay.
Morgul, darken the skies.
Up into Grok and let him read it to you. Yeah, but the problem is I would have too much fun with that, where I would be like, at Rock, can you please explain to me the patch notes, but you're playing from, but describe it to me from the perspective of your Super Mario who is late for rescuing Princess Peach because you spent too much time playing Path of Exile trying to make your niche, you know, Firestorm build work or something, and but it sucks.
Let me show you the strength of the commander of the Lady of Light's forces.
Can you, at Grok, can you explain to me the patch notes, but as if you were Joe Biden explaining it to me? Oh no, oh god, we're all dying. Everyone is dying.
You were nothing. You were nothing.
At 0.5 killed the Corrupting Cry builds entirely, and I tried to explain the changes. The sports are triggering off the skill into triggering new vectors from scaling vectors. Yeah, I can see that being a problem. Me. So I'm going Rents first, and then Mike is second. Yeah. Yeah. If we're on time, I don't throw Rents. Like, I have been throwing Ancient Craft, but we've been behind. But I usually I don't throw it until morning. Okay. Anyway, Brewmasters refer... Dude, they're making Remnants better. This makes me want to play Firestorm. I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. I'm so dumb. I'm stupid. Yeah, that works. Added pseudo stat summaries and pseudo stat sorting options to the market search results when playing with a controller. Dude, I'm going to be honest. The in-game market is awful. I hate it. I sometimes use it for price checking, but even still, the price checker puts maximums on all of the rolls, so it oftentimes locks out a lot of like otherwise items, or like you do like the quick like, oh, input my stats, and you still have to type in everything manually. And I really thought I would like the in-game search. I never use it. I always alt tab out because I find the in-game search is like wrong most of the time. Like the in-game search will be like, yeah, the cheapest item you can get for this is like 10 exalts. I'm like, okay. And then I type the exact same thing into the trade website and it finds me like triple the items. Like a bunch of them aren't getting indexed properly or they're not showing up. So I don't use the in-game trade. Yeah, I don't know.
An interesting choice. My blades are sharp, but my poisons are even more deadly. Allow me to show you.
All right, boss beating time. By the way, this is the hardest boss in the entire raid. So if you're like, wow, this boss seems tough, this is the final boss of the raid. It's not the actual final boss. The actual final boss is after this, and it's much easier. It's kind of a gimme.
Target them, sisters.
Yeah.
Strike from the
Stalkers.
darken the skies. Poison blade, find your marks. Control them, sisters. Let their blood flow freely. None of you are sick. Your blades are sharp as well. Let me show you the strength of the commander of the Lady of Light's forces. You were nothing. You were nothing. You were
Death.
nothing. Come, Legion of Iris.
The nodes they added into the strength ejector are interesting. Yeah, I want to log in and see them. I just have to wait until we get tired of wiping and then we quit for the night. And then I can go take a look. I want to log in desperately and take a gander because here's the thing. Something you have to know about me is that I'm known around the block as Tri-Elemental Andy. I always like doing Tri-Elemental stuff. The problem is it's just worse than doing Mono Elemental because PoE 2 doesn't support multiple elements. But what if they did? New elemental nodes, and hold on, the 40 new elemental passive skills. 40. That's like 40% more damage. I mean, it's just free. I'm gonna have to make another Blood Mage. Although the problem is, as much as I want to do Tri-Elemental Firestorm, Firestorm has to be bad. Because the problem with Firestorm is it costs all your infusions to cast it upgraded, but then if you cast it in the wrong spot, or you have to cast a second one, like let's say a boss moves, you don't have the Firestorm on the boss anymore, and it's just brutal. It's really, really hard to work with. I hate it.
An interesting choice. My blades are sharp, but my poisons are even more.
There's just a way to like auto cast some of the other spells.
Allow me to show you.
Unless you could like auto cast Orb of Storms.
None of you are safe from my blades.
Interesting. I have some thoughts here. What if you could auto cast? I'm gonna cast my Lightning Storm early. Save it, but the assassins are not dying, and I don't know why.
Morgul, darken the skies.
Bane Flare. What if you could get Solar Orb and Orb of Storms and Frost Bomb to cast in triplicate? And then you get a bunch of remnants for free. How do you do this? Excellent question. I'm thinking about this. I have some other spells currently auto-casting on my character. So I'm like, what if you could do that? The problem is getting in the triplicate. You can make it so you can auto-cast some spells, but I don't know how you would get all three. Use chance speed while chilled. They want reverse chill builds back. Oh, is that in the game? Is there a reverse chill like mechanic? I don't know if that is in PoE 1 or PoE 2. It's in PoE 1. Try Elemental Orb. Trorb. I missed. This guy. There Ghost guy. Oh, debuff. Alright, everyone gets their weapons. Weak. She yells. Major. When it's debuffed, everybody's happy. I'm especially happy because everything is debuffed. Q2 before they did in P1, then they got target nerfed. Interesting. Yeah, because I was thinking of Surf Caster, where they got the reverse chill built in. God, that was so sick. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. Maybe there's a way to try elemental orb.
Sing for them, sisters. Let their blood flow freely.
I did try to do tri-elemental with some orbs. I wasn't using Orb of Storms, but I was using
Allow me to show you how it is done.
Solar Orb and Frostbomb, because Solar Orb lets you just deal a little bit of extra AoE damage. Oh no, it's not good. Put on Major. Second.
You cannot resist me.
I didn't consume it. Nice. Whew. Yeah. Maybe that's something to try in the future. Although I probably wouldn't do it as a blood mage. The only reason why blood mage is really cool is I really like the fact that you get 15% crit, which makes it good with basically any spellcaster in the entire game. I also want to try the actual bone skills. I was a big bone necro is one of my favorite builds in Diablo 2, and the fact that bone necro is maybe a thing you can do in PoE 2 because you get access to all the bone spells. Major. I'm seeing the PoE build numbers flashing through my eyes as I'm currently staring at the screen right now. It's very mind melty. Stern Inheritance versus chill, and when you wear Shackles of the Wretched, you inflict chills to yourself and play Stormweaver, take incentive to apply 2 chills. Oh, that's how you do it. Oh, okay. Stack. I did somebody. Oh, I was like, who ran out? It's the tank. The tank ran out.
Oh, powerful to morsels, aren't you?
Yeah, I've never played a Stormweaver. I haven't played a. No, I think the first character I played was the Sorceress. I played a lot of Sorceress in Diablo 2, and then I ended up falling in love with Witch. Dude, the Witch is also so funny. Everything the Witch says is just like, I love it. Major. Incoming healing. Uruk's coming. Trolls. Trolls in. That's not good for us. Everyone's dead, dude. It's too close. Also, what's up, Doblicon? How you doing? Yeah, that was the end of the fight. Basically, the fight is pretty boring and pretty uneventful. I wouldn't say boring, but like there's the individual difficult parts, but they're all difficult in their own way. But then it's just the big slam at the end where everything starts happening. There's basically 3 bosses with 3 sets of mechanics. You fight one at a time each. And at the end, you have to fight all of them with every mechanic. And it's big panic time. Oh, nice. all of your characters do the thing that I also do whenever I play a video game where I can't decide what I want to play. So I play like a little bit of every character and go crazy, because I do that. Lifelink triad type thing? No, they're actually not life-linked at all. If they were lifelink, that would be sick, because then you could just like AoE them down. They're not. They're separate health bars. But you have to deal with all their abilities at the same time. It's basically you fight one boss, you deal with all their abilities, and you fight the second, deal with all their abilities, you fight the third, deal with all their abilities, and then once after you fought all three of them, you have to fight individually. You fight them all at the same time with every mechanic. It's good. It has a good build up. They don't actually. It's not every mechanic. There's a couple things that get left out. Like this boss's ads you don't have to deal with, and this boss's ads you don't have to deal with. So the left and right boss, their ads don't show up. The middle boss is literally the commander, so her ads show up because she summons them all. But yeah, it's good. This raid so far is excellent. Very, very high quality. As somebody who's played every single raid since... Nope, that's all of them. I've played all the raids. That's not true. I was not technically endgame raiding during the Throne of the Dread Terror. That came out just before Mordor in like 2015. I was not raiding. But I played all the other ones, and this one is quite good. Is it the best? Man, I'm so sad I missed Throne. That was a good raid. But yeah, all the characters are good in Lotro, so doesn't matter what you decide to play. There's a role in the raid group for every character, and if that's your thing, and if you're just somebody who likes to do like leveling and endgame, or like leveling and exploring and all that, dude, this game, the world is so huge. There's so much to do. I am currently playing the Lore Master class, so my job is primarily as a debuffer. So my job is to debuff the enemies as much as I can. And also do some damage, I do some healing, I do a bunch of stuff.
Quickly, target the weak one.
Recently got back in after hearing I was still getting expansions. Yeah, isn't that crazy? If you can believe it, Lord of the Rings Online is one of the longest lasting MMORPGs on the market. And fun fact, I think this is still true. I believe it is still the biggest MMORPG in terms of physical space. So there's no video game or like MMO with as big a world as Lord of the Rings. Which, again, for better or for worse, the game is very big. Because you have to walk it.
Sing for them, sisters. Let their blood flow freely.
Everyone's dying. Please live. Please live. Okay.
None of you are safe from my blade. Them! Target them,
Okay.
sisters!
Based. I hope we skipped assassins. Please tell me we skipped assassins.
Let me show you this
Okay, we're
thread
done.
that the commander of the Lady of Light
Runekeeper healer level so I can help out with everyone else. Runekeeper's a really fun healer. For the longest time, it was my favorite. When Runekeeper came out with the Mines of Moria expansion, it quickly became my favorite class. I love the lightning where you can like run around and blast people at the same time. Also the theming of it with like where everything is all about the spoken word. So you, as a lightning Runekeeper, like your attacks are like ceaseless argument and stuff like that, an epic conclusion because you're basically having a debate with somebody. Versus the fire moves, you got like fiery ridicule, which is a fun one. Ooh, Mark. Mark. Okay, I think that's all of them. My weapon, please. Yeah, Runekeeper's great. Big fan. I haven't healed in Runekeeper in a little while, just because I have a new love now, which is Captain Healer. Easily my favorite healer in the whole game, so I've been playing Captain. I always wanted to play Healer Captain, but it was never really like a full viable healing spec until Gundabad? It was technically viable in Gundabad, but people just didn't want to run it. But in Umbar, it became one of the top healing specs. Not because they changed anything. People just weren't playing it. And so because people didn't play it, you would like try to join a group and people were like, that's not a healing class. I'm like, you're not a healing class, Dad. Sorry. Yeah. Classic video gamers refusing to accept that there can be something different than what's before their eyes. Really walks to Mordor. I don't know if you know this, Doblicon. There's actually, if you like walking to Mordor, there's a game mode called Session Play. Session Play is something you do during the campaign, which is basically you take on the role of another character in the story. So it will be like you might do Session Play as Aragorn, and then you get to be Aragorn doing something that like happened in the book, basically, and so you like get to load into as that character. One of the ways you can do Session Play is Chicken Play. So Chicken Play is where you create a level 1 chicken, and you have to do increasingly more difficult runs on your chicken. So it starts out where it's like, oh, get across the Shire. Like, okay, cool, I can do that. On melee? So me in melee? That was really bad. Oh, dude, whoever dropped that in melee that's not good. Oh my. Oh my. That's not good. Hold on, sorry. Get out. Anyway, the chicken play, it's increasingly higher in difficulty, and eventually you get to the point where one of them is literally walking to Mordor. It takes actually like 12 hours to do, because you have to run across the whole game. Also, you get 1 life, so you don't want to die, because if you die, you lose. So yeah, it's an interesting experience. People actually do like a big group thing around it, so they will. You'll actually see people like organize and they'll do these big chicken runs where like 20 to 50, somewhere between like 20 and 50 people will like all log in and all do the run together. Yeah, it's just silly. It's just a fun way to do it. Yeah, because you can't fight anything and you're a level 1 chicken, so yeah. Watched Obsession, help. I heard that was good. What's that combo term I heard? It's like yeah, there was Barbenheimer when people were watching Oppenheimer and Barbie, and then now it's people watching Obsession and Backrooms. It's called Back Session.
They have defeated us all. Perhaps we underestimated them.
Okay, I am no longer reading chat because I'm focusing.
Them together.
It's the final phase. Both me, both Shrim.
Morgul, darken the skies. Come, leap.
These things leave me the fuck alone. Anyway. Rooks. Oh, I missed it. Trolls.
Rain death upon them, sisters. Mortals are so fragile. You were nothing.
Oh, I missed mine. I missed my friggin' Uruk, dude. No, the tank died anyway, but it's not my fault. Tuesday and today. Oh, I see. So yeah. Uncle Iron. I like that. Myron Keeper is also a dwarf. Funnily enough, I just think it makes the most sense. Dwarves having ancient runes and stuff. $167 million on a $750,000 budget in 2 weeks. Yeah, I didn't watch the. I have not seen Obsession yet, or the Backrooms. Actually, I think it's just called Backrooms. I haven't seen either movie. But I did watch the man carrying thing video about it, which was thoroughly entertaining movie, but it's so fucking horrifying. Oh, well, God, good to know. I don't know if it's going to be that scary though. Like, listen, I went with my nephews. I took my nephews to see Five Nights at Freddy's. Okay. And that wasn't scary at all. So I'm pretty good at horror movies. Good deal for the distributor and the financiers. Yeah. But yeah, I'm pretty, I'm trying to think. Other than that, is there any other movies I even want to see in theaters? I don't pay attention to what movies are in theaters. The last movie I saw in theaters was Project Hail Mary, and that movie was gas. So yeah. Jumped so hard they unreclined their chair. The chair! The chair! Imagine somebody just getting so excited they like fall out of it. That's so funny to me. The panic. I mean, if it's that good, maybe I'll take my girlfriend to go see it. Because she likes the, like, horror adjacent sort of stuff where, as long as it's not, like, too scary. But, like, I can be like, yeah, Backrooms is fine. It's just a movie about, like, an office. I don't know. It's kind of weird. Do you want to watch it? So I was familiar with Kane something. He's Kane Parsons, I think is his name. But his YouTube channel is Kane Pixels. And I've seen a bunch of the videos on his actual YouTube channel. So when I heard that he was like actually directing the movie, I was like, damn, this one's going to be good. Because all the shit on his YouTube channel has that like eerie, it's not scary in the moment, but then the longer you think about it, it just makes you less and less comfortable. Like he has like a bunch of videos that are like an hour long where nothing happens and it's really scary. There's no jump scare, there's no monster, there's nothing that happens. But it does take an hour. And you're like,
Sing for them, sisters. Let their blood flow freely.
Cheap Detectives was great. You know, I saw the trailer for that one. It did look fun.
Your blades are sharp as well. Let me show you the strength of the commander of the Lady of Light's forces.
Okay, and it has tense moments. Ooh. I do like entertaining and tense moments. Debuff. Debuff. Debuff.
Legion.
Got the slam. When the Rooks come in, I get really focused because these things are the most dangerous, so gotta pay attention. Yeah, it is interesting the fact that he's like, yeah, I don't really know much about it, and he's like just kind of writing his own story about Backrooms. I don't know much about it either, because I never really visited those type of like fan fiction style like forums where people are kind of like pretty much any of the story writing or storytelling forums I never really paid any attention to for the most part. Not that they're bad, just that was never really drawn that way, which is weird. It's funny because one of my friends who is playing in my Pathfinder game I'm actually starting tomorrow, when she started getting into D&D, she was really surprised that was something that like I was never into that, because she used to do a whole bunch of like the like online, like the different like either roleplay sites or like the kind of creative, a lot of the creative writing websites. And I'm like, yeah, I do D&D, but I ain't never done any of that stuff. Oh. It was never for me.
For now. Allow me to show you how it is done.
But either I watched Backrooms from Shinema, that was pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, but it's like Backrooms is very similar to like the SCP stuff, where again it's a lot of like creative writing, where somebody just basically wants to write their own Goosebumps novel effectively. and then they start doing it, and then it becomes this like shared collective wiki. It's really cool. It's just something I never got into. That I really didn't like is probably one of the most compelling scenes in the movie. Hit too close to home. Oh, good. The thing I didn't like was the part that really affected my psychology. The thing that affected my brain and made me feel uncomfortable with my place in the universe. Yeah, I didn't like that part. There's no 4chan post, but it's got entirely taken over. Oh yeah, well I assume that all of it's gotten like entirely taken over. I'm pretty sure there's like a backroom Steam video game, or probably like, honestly, there's probably like 1,000 backroom Steam video games. Now that I say that, there's probably one. It'll be like 1,000. But yeah, it's something I wanted to watch. I just go to the movies. I don't have a big budget for the films as of right now. Is it me? Oh, it's on me! I never get back in, dude. Hell yeah. I literally never get back in. It just doesn't happen. It's not like it's a good thing. I'm not excited. It never happens. It's also really good if I get back in because it makes you do less damage. So I don't need to deal damage. Yeah, the only thing I'm trying to think of, like the last, like I said, the last good movie I watched was Project Hail Mary, which was just straight up excellent. My girlfriend's very upset at me. There's a bunch of movies I haven't seen. She was upset when I told her I haven't seen Princess Bride. She was upset when I told her that I haven't seen Kill Bill. She was upset when I told her I haven't watched what is that show? Okay, Focus Time. Shrimp. It changed target. Oh my god, I got hit by that. Oh my god, I got hit by that. I'm giga dead. I'm giga dead. Trolls. Whoop. Stuff with somebody else? Oh yeah. Well, I remember she was like, I mentioned I hadn't watched The Knight's Tale, and she was like, "You've never seen A Knight's Tale?" And so we had to watch the movie. And I'm gonna be honest, it's a really good movie. Man, more people should watch that movie. It's like pretty good. Given that, you know, it's an extremely popular, award-winning film with a star-studded cast, more people should watch it. Who knew it was going to be that good? Made a background clone. I didn't realize it was until watching the movie. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's cool. Okay. All right, we have one more poll. And then I'm going to be checking out the new nodes in PV2. I want to look at them. I want to stare at them with my eye sockets. Captions are now enabled on your clips. Viewers can now add captions to new clips they create for your stream. Captions help your clips reach more people by making them easier to follow. Is that just means people can caption a clip so they can clip my stream and say, you know, something like, you know, when the streamer says he's good at the game, and then it's just a clip of me dying, or me when doing something. I don't know. Insert clickbait. Yeah. I wonder if you could put the caption in just impact font across the whole screen, so it just covers the whole screen. You can't see anything. Incoming captions with sponsorships. Oh, hell yes, Doritos. I've thought about this. I think I will know that society is giga cooked if we get the which could happen. But society will be officially, like, point of no return cooked if we get Sky advertisements where they use the
Allow me to show you.
but the in Cyberpunk they have like billboards and stuff where they just project stuff onto the sky. They use like clouds and other things so that the sky is covered with like ads. And I'm like, if that shit happens, we're done. We're done here. You know what I'm saying? You're done here. Does this not reset? Oh my god, it doesn't reset. It's just gonna kill us all. Somebody was in the wrong trait line. And you can't change in combat for obvious reasons. No.
An easy kill. Stalk on prey, sisters. An easy kill. Morvul, darken the skies. An easy kill. Poison blade, find your marks. An easy kill.
What am I looking at here? There's none of them. I don't go outside. I mean, also true. I don't know. I think about stuff like that sometimes. Like, okay, so if you could have a computer connected to your brain so you could record your dreams, so then when you're awake and you could watch them, would you do that? Damn it, you went one step ahead of me. Which is that, because if you're like, oh, I mean, I would love to watch my dreams. That's kind of cool. Cool. Now, how okay are you with the idea that when you hook up your brain to a computer to save the dreams, it's ad supported? So now in your dreams, there's like, you reach for a drink and it's actually just a crisp can of Coca-Cola. Doesn't that sound way worse? To me, that sounds infinitely worse. Oh, well, yeah, wasn't that the movie where he's like the professor that everybody's seen before or something? I don't remember the name of the movie, but I feel like I've seen that specifically, like there was like an ad. Like I saw a trailer. Get a sub to Dream Premium to not get ads? Yeah. Open source it and make local versions like AI models. Yeah, but most people aren't gonna figure out how to do that or use that. That's the one thing I do appreciate about the human spirit, is that the thing they get right about every single post-apocalyptic movie is there always is somebody trying to figure it out. That's nice. It's good to know that there's always somebody trying to figure it out. Weird movie, not in a good way. Interesting. I would have expected it to be like pretty good, but honestly, yeah, fair. Not everything Nick Cage is going to be a hit. Like I said, my girlfriend and I have been watching the TV show Spider Noir, and I am completely blown away by how good that TV show is. I actually can't believe it. It's quite entertaining, and it's got Nick Cage in it. Not everything's going to be good, but some things blow your mind. Stock our prey, sisters. Okay, they're coming in. Lag? Come on, dude. Oh my god, dude.
Sing for them, sisters. Let their blood flow freely. None of you are safe.
Oh god.
Your blades are sharp as well.
Save me.
Let me show you the strength of the commander of the Lady of Light's
Kill
forces.
the blood orb. Destroy it. Thank you, team. Okay. I got stone cold nothing for this. It was the one where he wanted to star in a bootleg Five Nights at Freddy's and Cleo's asking, why can't I punch the robot? What? I've never heard of this. I did like the Nick Cage, I can't remember the name of the movie, but the one where he plays himself. That movie was excellent. Almost exclusively excellent. We missed all three. Oh my god. Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent. Yeah. Great movie. Really enjoyed that. And Renfield was also fun. Yeah, Renfield was a fun movie too. The movies. Well, no, I can't remember anything because I can't remember shit. To save my life, I can't remember my first name, okay? So I'm completely out of it. But yeah, Renfield's great. That was a good movie. And Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent. Listen, also, I don't need to remember the names of movies. Quentoxic remembers the names of movies for me. So yeah. All right, raid's over. Raid's over. Go home, everybody. Oh no, the reward track flipped over, and I forgot to claim everything. I forgot to claim everything on the battle pass. Whoops. Well. I didn't need it anyway. I forgot that Nick Cage movie was the Five Nights at Freddy's movie. Yeah. I watched both the Five Nights at Freddy's movies. They're the equivalent of Goosebumps. Is the best way to describe it. It's just Goosebumps. It's just Goosebumps in 2026. That's all it is. Yeah, thanks everybody. Speaking of thanking everybody, we're gonna do a quick and brief look at the Pee-wee stuff. Yeah, Goosebumps was fun, both the books and the TV show. But that's what it is. It's just like horror for kids, because kids love horror. Like any type of like kids love like things that scare them. That's why they like ghost stories and Goosebumps and all that. So makes sense. Okay, we're just gonna take a quick gander at some of the new stuff. I just want to see it. So quick gander. And I'm not gonna change the category because I'm gonna shortly turn off the live stream, but I want to look at it. So yeah, from what got me, there's like a werewolf episode. And there's like a scene where there's a guy transforming into a werewolf instead of a garbage bag. And I'm like, oh. Okay, so where are the new nodes? Oh, they moved stuff around. It's not here anymore. Okay. So what do we got? What's this? Lightning? Unaffected by shock ground. Lightning is cold. Which are affected by chilled ground. Oh, that's all the same. Where are the other ones? They said this near... Oh, fire damage? Reduce movement speed penalty from using a fire skill while moving. Okay. Reduce movement speed penalty from using cold skills while moving. And increase cast speed while chilled. Okay. Increase cast speed while ignited. Okay, theming. Next jewel socket. No, I think that was all there. I think this was all here. Oh, here it is. Slam skills to cause an aftershock. Cast speed per echoed spell. This is Pee-wee 2. I am not convinced. I'm looking at these things, and I am not convinced. Yup. I don't think they added one here. No, it's not. There's no new. Is there new fire? No, that's the old fire. Stormkeeper. No, that's the old stuff. All right, nothing new, nothing exciting. Not nothing. Like they did buff some of the infusion spells or the infusion abilities, because all of them are bad. Everything's like, basically if you do this, and then all these nodes that are glowing, if you take them, it's bad. I wish it wasn't, but it is. Infusions. My beloved. Someday, I will make a build that uses infusions that's fun. 12 Sacred Fist, 8 ATR caster. Thoughts? bad. The main problem with this build is that you don't get any Sacred Fist spells until like level 4, at which point he's just key bolts, which you're not going to cast. And then you also need to generate key by meleeing, but Sacred Fists get low key from melee. So yeah. Spec out of crit for more defense. Well, here's the thing. If you have more crit, you get more damage. Have you thought about that? Like if you just crit them and then they die, then you get more damage. And then your damage is higher because you have more damage because you crit them and then they die. And that is defense. Also, my character's a lot tankier now because I managed to... it took me 2 tries, but I got my Crimson Power, so I got 100% item energy shield on equipped body armor as life. Then I got this chest, which is pretty good. Gives me almost 800 shield. So now I have like almost 3,000 life and a bunch of stuff. Born MOBA ADC? No, I wish. I am not an ADC. I am too slow. I'm too old. I can't do AD carry. When I used to play League of Legends, I was a support main because I was a thinker. I thought about the game state. Also, you just stun the enemy AD carry because they throw, because they're playing the video game. They're like a League of Legends player. So you just wait for the enemy carries to throw, punish them, and then win the game. Because people on your team are not good enough, but the enemy team can be worse. It's like, that's the thing you learn about League of Legends real quick, is it's not about people winning games, it's about people losing games. So you just need to make it, you need to give your opponent the opportunity to lose, and then you win.
I have reports of a powerful
What is
foe
this?
here.
Huh?
But we must not let this take them.
I'm confused. Why did Doriani move me here? Is that like a quest update thing? I don't know. I have to go over here and do this thing. Anyways, I gotta stop because I'm tired, so I'm not gonna do Path of Exile. I'm just gonna go. You guys, unless you want to see my Path of Exile build, because it's kind of cool the way it works. It's basically like this self-sustaining loop of I blast people with arcs. They like arc around, and then there's a bunch of lightning, and it crashes your graphics card. It's kind of sick. That's pretty fun. I just cast arc, which casts, or I cast spark, which casts arc, which casts lightning bolt. Yeah, it's literally crit on lightning. Yeah. Fine, I'll do a really quick map. Real quick. Just one. I'm just gonna zoom it. Zoom. It's great. I don't do anything. All I do is I cast the sparks, and then, well, I find monsters, and then the sparks go and they explode everything, and then that's it. I'm a blood mage, so I get infinite regen because I have like 20% lifesteal, and so as monsters try to follow me, like I don't have to target because the sparks just kind of go everywhere, and that's it. This is it. I just do this. And you know what? It's actually very fun. I quite enjoy it. There's just lightning everywhere. I don't have to think. It's really good for breaches because it just goes off screen, so I can just off screen people all day. Because I've got 20% life regen, it's got a good amount of regen. And then whenever I get to a strong enemy, I dump Orb of Storms as well as Sigil of Power. And then inside the Sigil of Power, I generate a whole bunch of extra damage. And then the Orb of Storms also adds a bunch of damage. The only thing I don't like is when I fight against crit-resistant enemies, and it's the only thing that makes me want to invest a little bit less into crit multi and a little bit into more flat damage, just because crit resistance makes me want to throw my computer out the window. Yeah, even though I'm like fighting and doing all this stuff, my life is still like above 4,000 because you can overflow your life with remnants, and it just kind of goes, dude. I hate crit resistance. Like, my problem with crit resistance is that the wording is just wrong. It says crit resistance. So you think, oh, they take less damage from crits. How much less damage from crits? 100% less damage from crits. That's not crit resistance, that's crit immunity. I guess technically they still take damage. They just don't take the extra crit damage. But like, I don't know, dude. I want my crit resistance to make the enemy not be immune to my crits. Is that so much to ask? Again, I do like the idea that they want people to build in a different way than just critical damage, and that's fine. But, yeah. It's pretty straightforward. The only downside to this character is because I can kill everything off screen, it's not as engaging as, like, I think some other, like, big slammy melee builds maybe are. So maybe at some point in the future I would like to try it, but, God, this is just, like, it feels so good. Everything explodes. And then you get to the boss. It's like, oh no, it's Tierney the Hateful. Just one guy. I can just eat everything he does. I can just tank it. Don't care. And he does. That's it. That's how the character works. Less stressful? Dude, I don't do anything. However, before the health is a really important value for this character because you overflow your life up to 50%. So from the remnants. So the way that my spells work is all my spells cost health equal to the mana cost. So this costs like 72 life to cast. So I'm actually draining my health casting spells. And but you get life remnants, which each remnant gives you 374 life, and that can overflow your life up to 50%. So I have 2954 as my maximum, but this lets me go up to 50 or 42 by picking up those remnants, which is a huge buffer. So my character is actually way tankier than it looks. We just want to play PoE2. PoE2 is sick. The only downside of PoE2 is that while it will be coming out free later this year, because it's still in early access, it is a $40 video game. But it will be free later this year. And they're still fixing stuff. There's bugs, there's other problems, there's a lot of balance issues. They literally added a bunch of nodes because there's just not enough stuff in the game yet. It sounds so dumb to say the tree is empty. And when you look at this, and you're like, what do you mean this is empty? But there's like look at this swath. There's like not a lot going on here. But compared to the density of like this, look at the density. There's like so many more nodes, and then here there's like this big spot. There's like this big open ring. There's lots of spaces versus like the dense. So they need to like really fill in more things, and that's going to take time. Even worse, look at this. Look at this. What do we got? We got the square of death. Nothing going on. But that's also because they're missing classes, so they only have one of the classes here. They don't have the other one. Same here. They only have one class here. They only have one class here. So we're missing 4 classes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Shadow, Templar, Marauder, and Duelist are missing. So they're still missing a bunch of things. So like I said, if you want to play Path of Exile 2, it's going to be good later. Just wait till later. And it's going to be really good. But until that time, that's all for today. Wee! It's me, Stream Tom. I'm leaving. I'm going away. Never to be seen again. Into the dark. Nah, I'm just kidding. I'll be back tomorrow. Live stream is back. But I am done for today. So thank you all for watching. Hope you had a fantastic time. If you liked what you saw, consider following the channel. If you didn't like what you saw, don't worry about it. That's actually fine. Start from another classes point starting in 0.5. They did? If they did, I have a build that I want to do some shenanigans with. Interesting. Oh, it's how oh, look at them. We're balancing at areas of the passage tree. Yeah. But how expensive is insanely expensive? Do we know? Is this a split personality, or do we know what the name of the jewel is? Hold on, I'm gonna Poe Ninja it. Poe Ninja. PoE2. Economy. Jewels. Let's see. I don't know. Grand Spectrum. Oh no, there's not that many. Is it controlled metamorphosis? No, that's passive's gonna be allocated. Okay, no, that's the ring. It's not the adorned. Against darkness. Maybe it's against the darkness. Nope. That's a cluster jewel. Heroic tragedy. Grand spectrum. Megalomaniac. Undying hate. Is it voices? No, that's sinister jewels. Megalomaniac. Prism of belief.
Quest received.
It is split personality. That's not on the. It's not on here. Where is it? Oh, is it not on? It's Merc and it's 2 div. Oh, okay. Split personality. You can't type in split personality. That's annoying. I think when Fairy was telling me there were about 15 on trade in total. It's a ruby. Split personality is a ruby. Yeah, the cheapest one is 2 divs for warrior and 2 div for mercenary. That's kind of cheap though. I mean, no one wants to be on the warrior side of the tree, so that's why they're so cheap. Yeah, there's 213 right now. And it's all, but there's ranger. So Ranger's kind of sick because it means you can, if I could get Ranger, that means I could play with all the bow skills as a Blood Mage, Blowed Mage. Yeah. All right, I'm actually going. Goodbye, everybody. Bye-bye. Drive safe. Eat your vegetables.